were never light as shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling.
Hello, hello, hello! How are we all? Welcome. I am GBHL Steve, aka TTG Steve, aka I Can You Can Cook Steve, aka freaking awesome. Let's get it out there. Let's get it out there.
That's new.
I didn't know what else to say. Caught me off guard.
I'm Damien, aka Damien.
How the devil are you?
Oh, good man. Solid use of devil there, I believe.
Yeah, I should actually make sure. Oh, mate, I've not even clicked. There we go. People can see us now. There we go. They couldn't see us. They could hear us, but they couldn't see us.
Could hear our magic words,
Yeah,
but they
yeah,
still
yeah.
had that
So-
that thumbnail. Is that a new thumbnail?
Did you like it?
I do, yeah, I
it's
noticed
good,
it
it's
as
good.
well.
I put a bit of
I
effort. It
definitely
took
noticed
all of several minutes before the stream to do that.
it. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it.
Yeah. So, how is
Um,
everybody? I hope you're all well. Welcome to what episode is it? 14.
It's episode 14, dealing with issue 15.
Dealing with the current issues in the world today.
Yes. Industrialization, megalomania,
Yep.
the corruption of power,
Yep.
Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat. Really the lot.
Yeah. Jason Donovan
Really,
era
truly.
or not?
For me, yeah, I saw it with Jason twice.
Yeah, bit
There's
Jason.
never been another Joseph for me.
Fair.
You?
Yeah, I'll go with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never seen it, but there you go.
Never seen it. No.
Never seen it.
Welcome to
The
Battle
same we're
Dreams
on the
of
wrong
Earth.
sides again. Are we on different sides again?
I don't know. That's up to you, isn't it?
Oh,
That's your thing.
yeah, it's up to Zoom, isn't it? Zoom make these decisions. I don't make these decisions.
Mm.
So yeah.
So yeah, like we always we never really know quite what order I'm going to start anything on this. But welcome to episode 14 of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. We were trying to debate whether we missed a week. I think we missed a week, Sam. Steve thinks we did a week last week. I don't know.
I can't remember.
By all means,
I might have done it on another channel. Who knows?
He did Battle Streams in Middle Earth
it's
on
highly
Top Table Gaming and got so angry that I
Yeah.
wasn't turning up.
it's highly
so
possible.
mad. But yes, we are back, and this week we are going to be looking at issue 15, which is where we finally get Saruman. So we're taking a deep dive into this magazine a bit later. So, if you're new to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, the idea is that we all just hang out together of an evening and get some painting done. And what we're really trying to motivate people to do is to get through their backlogs, their all that massive pile of models that they've got. And the way we're doing it, the way we're theming it, inspired by Lockie and his wonderful work on Zorpazop, is to go through the Battle Games in Middle Earth series once per week and try and paint something to do with the models that came with it. And that means, for this time, Saruman. So Saruman is the object of our affection this week.
Yep.
And as ever, we have a competition to win a priority token,
Boom.
courtesy of Mr. Tim McKnight. Lovely thing with the Balrog and Durinzax on the back. And all you have to do to be in with a chance of winning that is work on a Saruman in some way during the stream. You don't have to finish him. You just have to get some paint on him, or not even paint on him, like assemble him, which is what I'm going to be. I'm going to be doing.
How did he let us know about that, Damien? How did he
Oh.
prove? How did he prove their worth?
Do you know? I can't remember. Can you remember?
I think it's something to do with writing a letter and posting it. No, we joke. We jest. There is a
That's
thread.
just a funny gag.
Yeah,
on
it's just
Steve's
a
part.
gag. That's the best as it's gonna get. So there you go. There is a thread in the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, which has a in bold title saying "Battle Streams in Middle Earth" whip thread. So post some. I know some of you guys have already started. So search for it on the Great British Hobbit League if you are unaware, if you're new to the stream, and post your whips there. Even if you're not painting Saruman tonight, please do post what you're working on, what you're eating, what you're drinking, what colour socks you've got on, anything you want really. Just post it in there, and it's always fun to look back. Look at that.
No socks, no mercy.
Typical
So
Hobbit.
yeah, the snacking has become quite an important part of Battle Games Middle Earth normally on a Friday night, sometimes on a Sunday night to kind of give yourself a bit of a treat. So we always like to hear what fancy cocktails you're having and what chocolate you're having, that sort of thing. So Steve, over to you first. Could you please tell me your Saruman of choice, your drink of choice, and your chocolate of choice?
So Saruman of choice is the new plastic amazing Saruman sculpts, which I started.
My God, he's got one.
Yeah, I started, and I've painted these to a usable tabletop standard because I needed to use them we were playing Element Games versus Leodis Games a while back in like a little friendly day thing, and I needed Saruman painting, so I painted him up for that. but he definitely needs a few more layers of highlights and finishing off and things. So I'll be painting him, or Saruman. My drink of choice is, people who know me know by now, it's Moretti. I'm stocked up, as you can see there, look behind me. And chocolate of choice, I have gone back to the OG, the best chocolate that you can buy.
That's incorrect.
It's a share bar of Galaxy Super Smooth Milk Chocolat.
Who are you sharing that with?
Me. And I've just said pre-stream, oh, I need to lose a bit of weight, me do.
It's Super Smooth Galaxy. Is that like a type of galaxy, or is it just a description of galaxy?
It's the description. It's not super. It doesn't say super smooth.
But, I see.
But connoisseurs of Galaxy know that it is super smooth.
I thought maybe it was like Cadbury's dark milk, it was like Galaxy.
They've got nothing to prove, mate. They've got nothing to prove. They just put the best out there. Do you know what I mean?
Well, once you're several leagues behind the competition, there's only so much point wasting money on type, isn't there? Well, that's very cool. They are lovely new Saruman models. So yeah, I agree. So I have got the new sprue.
Very cool.
You can see, I think that's Greema's little head.
Greema, yeah.
And I'm sure we might deal with this later, but isn't it fantastic? Can you see that?
Yeah.
The way his hair is a piece, like a hollow piece that you poke his head through.
Yeah.
That's super cool. So I've got Greema and the Saruman. Is he around? Where is he around that side? There he is.
Yeah.
And the Plantier to clean up and assemble because I've already done this one. He may have wanted him to lead my campaign.
Very cool.
And you're absolutely right. It's a stunning model. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's awesome. He was one of the ones that I remember when he came out. When this set came out, I was like, properly, I've got Saruman on horse painted, and I've got Greema painted, and I've got Saruman painted. I was like, I don't need that, and then just couldn't resist.
Yeah, then you've seen it, and it's like, oh my days, yeah.
And he's a huge upgrade on my paint job as well, on my last one. So yeah, I'll be assembling them, and I've also actually, because I'm in an assembling kind of mood, I've also got these cool guys.
Nice.
Snaga
nice.
and Grishnak,
Mm-hmm.
who, as we'll get to at the end of the stream, may come in handy in future streams. So I picked them up a while back, and so given that I've got my kind of tools out, my cleaning up stuff, I thought I'd get them. So I've given them pre-stream. I've given them a little soapy water bath. So they're currently, let's see if C-Cam's playing nicely.
No B cam tonight. Just
no B-Cam. There you go. You can see the bits from them drying off on a bit of a towelette there.
Yeah.
Non-brand specific. Thank you. If anyone wants to sponsor us, any kitchen roll.
I thought for a second I thought it was GBHL kitchen roll.
GBHL kitchen roll. We've lost the contract. So yeah, when they're dry, I'll be getting them assembled as well. So that's what I'm working on. Model wise, drink wise, I've gone for the Auburn Classic, a massive jug of G&T. This is a different gin though tonight. I don't actually know what it is, but Emma gave it to me and told, and it's actually, I don't know if you see that. Can you see it's got a pinky hue tonight?
A pinky hue.
There's a pinky hue to it, but it's still a rhubarb and ginger gin, but it's a different one apparently.
Different brand,
so it's very good.
It's very, very good.
And I was able to get out into the world to that this week. So Steve, let's see how your battle streams on Middle Earth knowledge is going. If I can get out during the week as opposed to having to deal with what's in the fridge, what's my chocolate?
Terry's chocolate orange. Bar.
What a co-host. that's friendship.
It's like we're married. It's like we're married.
So yeah, I saw that. I think it was in a petrol station. I think I filled the car up on like Monday, and I was like, hello you. let's get you in ready. And I've got the now obligatory can of Pepsi to go with that. So I'm very excited. I'm in a good mood with all this stuff, and very much been looking forward to this tonight. I think I was looking forward to it because we didn't do one last week, but you seem to think we did one last week.
I might be wrong. I have been all over the place this week. I've been so busy. Work is mental at the moment, so you might be right. I don't know. I assumed we did because I remember saying I've really enjoyed painting these Rohan tonight. I've really enjoyed painting.
That was 2 weeks ago.
I can't believe that's 2 weeks ago.
Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, that's us. So before we get into what I think is going to be 2 weeks of catch up, and a lot of stuff's happened. I think.
Mm.
Should we see who's in and what they're painting and?
Yeah,
so on
yeah,
and so
yeah.
forth?
Do you want to jump in? Do you want to
I would love to. Steve.
take the
Let me
lead?
scroll back.
Because I can open my chocolate then.
Yeah, go on.
Because it's a
I'll
share.
do it.
It's because it is a big size, so I need a head start really.
So there's a lot of chatter, particularly from Nick Gardner and Frederick Schulz, who are in beforehand. They were here for the 8 o'clock. Sorry about the 8:30. It was
The usual suspects. Yeah.
It was actually both of our faults, to be honest, tonight. But yeah, I think it was largely me. So it's be a quick discussion. The discussion of what the plural for Saruman is. It's clearly Saruman. Eric Schultz, what sculpt would you? Oh, straight into the big questions. Which sculpt would you choose to depict a Saruman of many colours? That's a great question.
I quite like the one where he's holding the Palantir out sideways, very domineering like.
Oh, yeah, that's the first ever Saruman. It's the original blister pack Saruman. It happens. It's a scene that happens when he's chatting to Gandalf in Orthanc, so it'd have to be something appropriate for that, I think. So, yeah, he could be showing his little glass ball. Maybe the Two Towers one, where he's holding his staff in both hands. You know, that might be quite cool.
Yeah.
Or his what about Escape from Orthanc going ta-da?
Yeah.
That'd be quite cool. Hello,
I'm here.
I'm fabulous. That might be nice. So yeah, good luck painting that though. I have no idea how I'd do that. Nick Gardner says the Gondorian watch on Mordor during the Battle of the Third Age was run smoother than this podcast. That's a big difference. Aaron's in, Pat Block's in, Daniel Kelly's in, Eric Schultz is in from Balmy, New York. Frederick Schultz, yeah, he's getting in the Saruman spirits. Nick Gardner's trying to sort out a game with Eric Schultz, which would be cool. Lots of Isengard quotes this night. The models will be stained with the paint of hobbyists. It's good to see. Will Rab's in. Will Rab. Haven't seen a live stream in a while, but I'm here tonight at the Turning of the Tide. Got some ministerial to be working on. Hope the GBHL boys have been alright. We'll find out in a bit. Yeah, Eric's agreeing with Nick. Thin coats. There's lots of chat going on. Lovely to see you all getting on. Nick Gardner says, late as usual, filthy river rats. There's nice work he's doing. Yeah, well, we're in now. Good evening, everyone. And yes, Pat Block indeed has found the cause of my delay, which is some emergency Ethernet work. Check out the GBHL. You will taste pallid witch flesh. That's excellent, Eric. I thought we were going through the Saruman issue, not the trap issue, and look at him. Dame's tripwire his entire house. Yeah, there's a very real chance that if Emma steps on a lead, the laptop is going to be yanked forcefully into my face. It could happen.
Here's hoping.
Let's face it, we all want that to happen.
He'll be up there with the dropped tray of miniatures.
Oh
clip.
God, yeah. Highlight my life. Calamar, evening just in time. Nick Gardner's painting some Emperor's Children Terminators. Dizzle 13, who do you serve? Toby Larone. Al Wood is in. Hi Al. Josh Bryant, are we getting something more than the same 1 minute clip of a song? What's that about? Is that your holding music?
Yeah, so on the holding screen I give it a bit of music, and I kind of thought, Josh, people would be appreciative of a bit of background music.
You would hope, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you know.
That's
try and help people.
Yeah. And we were only 31 minutes late, so by the 31st time, you should have known it.
Yeah.
Nick Gardner suggests this is just going to be the entire stream. Damn, the song just reset. Well, Pat Block suggests that we join Varro sing. I don't even know what the song was. I won't be able to help. Richard Clammer, Saruman the lefty. Not sure if that's his sword arm or his political persuasion, but he was fine with me. Stephen Sparks says, good evening from Arizona. Sean Boyd is desperate to see our pretty faces. That's a real comment.
I've not brought mine tonight. Did you bring yours?
Yeah.
I can bring mine. I brought my crappy week at work face.
Paplock says, this is creepy. I can see the skin on Damien's jaw. What? Oh, I see. What happened there? Yeah, I shaved. All the skin from the lower half, all the hair from the lower half of my face is gone. I shaved 2 days ago, I think. I did keep a fabulous musketeer goatee moustache combo.
Yes,
for
he
24
did.
hours. That's good, right? It's fit. Emma enjoyed that not at all. I genuinely did it as a bit of a joke to make her laugh, and when she came around, she went, "Why have you done that?" I'm deadly serious. Like, why have you done that? I was like, I thought
Can't
it'd be
leave
funny.
you for 10 minutes.
Nick Gardner has just Nick Gardner's just messaged me saying no video, just audio. Is that possible? I mean, no one else is saying it.
I'll tell you now. Give me a second.
Is that a thing? That strikes me as the sort of thing people might have written in the comments. Thanks, Nick, for getting in touch.
Let's have a look.
I just feel like someone. Oh no, hang on. That's at 8:37. He sent that at 8:37. I've only just seen it.
Oh
Maybe
no,
that was
yeah,
just as we
we're
started.
live. Yeah, we're all right. We're good. We're on. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Nick. I think I've just seen a message from maybe when we first started.
Have you got it on live chat or top chat?
I do. I have it in live chat, Steve. Always the same.
Yeah.
Al says we can see you. Yes, that must have been just suddenly then. We were chatting for a while before they could see us. And Nick Garner said, "I don't like it. Steve and Damien are on the wrong sides and they're leaning away from each other. Should we lean towards each other?
Oh, is it this way? If I stroke your face, you just put your face on the other side. So which side are you?
Is it?
Yeah, that's on the other side. Something like this.
No, it's because it's reversed, isn't it?
Yeah.
I need to lean toward. Yeah, it's reversed. Okay, so I need to lean this way.
It's that weird. See, that just looks freaky, that doesn't it?
I'm gonna wait for that to happen in the future on the internet. And
You'll get excited. Let me tell you.
Oh, I don't like the bit. Oh, at first I recoil from you.
Why do you recoil? I'm no thief.
Here it comes. Oh, that is nice. That is nice. I like it. So Dang G Ross is in. Hope you're okay. Is that a cheeky gin on speed dial? Well, we'll wait and see. Bear in mind that for Emma to deliver a gin this week, it comes with at least 2 traps for her to cross, for her to navigate. But fingers crossed, she's been a good girl recently. And we do start to expect, don't we? That's the problem. Michael Haskell, woo! For older UK folk, it's Friday. It's 8:30ish, and it's Crackerjack. Of David and Steve, evening all. How are you doing, Michael?
How you doing, pal?
Richard Clammer, hearing you and not seeing you is much preferred to see and not hear it. Ouch. Helpful. Nick Gardner, my uneaten Terry's chocolate orange proves there was no stream last week. Indeed, yes. Nick Gardner has bought a Terry's chocolate orange dark, the full thing, to enjoy. I believe. Sorry if I'm getting this wrong. He was the big fan of Hershey's. So he's jumping out of his comfort zone to enjoy a Terry's chocolate orange.
Get one of these, my friend.
Cracking night.
This is where you want to go.
Don't listen. Yeah.
This is where you
it's
want to go.
perfectly fine chocolate bar. Don't get me wrong. It's nice, but it's just madness to suggest you'd have that over Cadbury's. In White House, evening or bottle of Culver done already. That's a pretty good go for a Friday afternoon. Sean Boys, are those Corona beers behind you? No, those are books actually. Those are just a selection of Lord of the Rings books. Sorry for any confusion. Frederick Shaw's painting plastic Saruman, excellent. Richard Clammer, SMRR 1 week, feet the next. This channel was taking a sordid turn. Imagine if it was feet and ASMR.
Oh.
And these are my feet. And as I lift them up and move them closer to my head,
Ignore them all.
I could begin to taste them. Tim McKnight is in his house. Hello everyone, already finished my Saruman, so I think I'm going to work on a few more Warriors of Rohan. That's like the opposite of what we're going for. Pat Block, Sean, someone's fighting fire with fire. I don't know what that's about. In White House says the best choc is Cadbury's buttons. Yeah, well, that's essentially dairy milk, so you get a tick from me. It's Cadbury's.
Not better than Galaxy buttons.
Incorrect. Ewan Williams. Hey again, everyone. Hey, Ewan.
Hey, Paul.
Joe Holzman. Speaking of chocolate section, he's got a question. Every morning we give my 6-year-old class a word puzzle. Oh, it's a test. Today's was to name a chocolate bar for everyone. That's the stream sorted. every letter of the alphabet. At close of play, no one had an answer for I, U, V, or X. All right, well, let's see if anyone's giving you answers in the comments, and then you can come back to it. So we need a chocolate bar beginning with I, U, V, or X. Aaron,
There's got to be a chocolate bar called Venus. There's got to be.
Maybe. I would have thought I is probably quite achievable. Is it X I could understand? Aaron, I'll be working on finishing my high elves for my last alliance, but to comply, I'm going to put together Saruman on a horse. Excellent work. Ewan Williams currently painting the Knights of Rivendell. Very nice. I think there is a velvet chocolate. Oh, there was a velvet. Yeah, he's right. That was a. I want to say that was like white chocolate. I feel like the bar was either
There's no words about it. It's still about.
What, velvet?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like white and purple, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, who knows? No idea about the other letters. Surely Quality Street will have something. Frederick Shaw's, why don't the stream start with a GBHL logo thing? Probably because I'm the only one who's got it. I could share it with Steve, but I don't know. Who knows? Some would suggest that's absolute garbage that is should be on as few videos as possible, but who knows? Pavlok, I have 3 bananas to snack on this night. That's so healthy. I can't endorse that. Pavlok, they're a bit brown.
Lots of potassium there, Pavlok. Be careful with that.
That'll do it. Yeah, people are saying 2 weeks ago, I'm afraid, Steve. So I don't know what you were doing last week. Pavlok doesn't eat sweets. The only way for me to not go mad reading about all the delicious goodness you people are feasting on. And Hamza wants to see the 3 bananas in the thread, so fingers crossed he's put them on. Numa, I think I'm saying that right. I'm working on 11 Serpent Riders Guard to finish Harad.
Nice.
100%. That's very, very cool. Oh my god, it's jumped. And we're back. Richard Cameron, my only snack was a bag of Watsits. They're gone. No painting tonight. Like every night. Patlock has posted a photo, but if I eat bananas next time as well, I'll include them in the photo. Glad to hear it. Joe Killy is in. Another Battle Streams Middle Earth to kick off the weekend. Cameras looking especially crystal clear this week. Tech upgrades. You know what it is? For me, I'm on Ethernet tonight.
Ooh.
That'll be what's doing it for me.
I think
I'm not on the Wi-Fi.
I think the amount of live streams constantly going on that was going on throughout lockdown has eased a little bit as well. People are tending to get back to normal, so I think the internet's a little bit better.
Possibly. But yeah, so I mean that's good to know. Maybe I'll try and kill Emma several times. Not every time I'll do a stream. I don't know how it works. Tim McKnight, beverage of choice is Colette from Great Divide Brewing. That must be a beer of some sort, I presume. I have an M&M cookie to nibble on. That sounds good. Sean Boyd says, how do I find the dropped tray of miniatures, Cliff? It's on the GBHL podcast channel. It's in one of my hobby blogs. I don't know which one it's in, I'm afraid. It's to do with the Gundabad stuff. So if you search GBHL Damien's hobby vlog, and I think Project Gundabad, there's about 4 hobby vlogs that deal with painting my Gundabad stuff, and it's in one of them. That's about as much as I've got, I'm afraid. Sometimes, I don't want to presume too much, but sometimes there are more knowledgeable people in the chat than me. So someone might know which one it is. Won't be able to find it if you should care. But yeah, it's tragic. Hamdizzle says, however, I'm very Goldilocks with them. Oh, he must be talking about bananas. Can't be too ripe and can't be underripe. Joe Kelly, the real question is, what's on everyone's minds is whether we'll get any Travolta this week. Yeah, well, fingers crossed he will be off to the shelves before long. Richard Clower, how is Saruman's sudden change to left-handed staffing, and either is fine with me as well. Oh, I see. Is he left-handed in the new ones?
Well, he is doing something with his right hand, so maybe he's just holding the staff with his left hand.
Well, maybe he's riding with his right hand. So maybe the hand you need is the hand you ride with.
Yeah.
No? Fun stuff like that. You get that with Theoden as well, don't you? And people are now confirming they've got audio and video for you. Hamdizzle, Steve, do, Damien, yes, Precious.
Not again.
And he corrects it to 2. Steve to Damien, yes, pressure. Oh, I think it's when you're stroking me. You guys should merge your faces, move your faces to the joined edge of the camera so that only halves are showing. As the ultimate face
He's
of
closer
GBHL.
to his camera than me. How do I do it? Other side, Damien. Other side. Oh, this is weird. I need to back up a bit, don't I? Oh, this is... Here we go. Stay there.
There. Someone screenshot it. There you go.
It just looks wrong on many levels.
Right, I'm gonna watch that. I'm ready to screen grab. We are gonna look so good together.
I think
There's me. I'm in position. You're still asking.
Yeah, I can work it. I can work it out.
Yeah, in you come, and turns the. Got it. It's pretty hot.
That's what our babies would look like.
It's a beautiful,
before they get taken away and shot.
Thanks for the suggestion, Pat Block. Works brilliantly. Danji Ross, would it be Stevian or Dameve? Dameve. I think it would be Damien. Stevian sounds awesome. Yeah, Stevian is better than Dameve, I suppose. Viscount. Oh, there's a Viscount. Is it Viscount a chocolate bar? Though Viscount's the green foil wrap.
It's a biscuit, right?
Thing,
yeah, it's the mint. They are really nice, but it's more of a biscuit, I think.
Pat Block suggests Stevian O'Brown.
Oh, bro.
And then Andrew Pennington in his first comment of the night is like, Viscount's a biscuit, heresy. I like when you watch this thing and I've been moved to say nothing as if what? No. Stevian Crowburn. Yeah, the Crowburn skid. Isn't a penguin also advertised as a chocolate biscuit, but it's a bar. Well, no, a penguin's a biscuit.
It's a biscuit. What? Yeah, it's a biscuit. I don't think there's not a thing like, you know, when people have that argument, is it a biscuit or is it a cake? The Jaffa cake thing. What was it? He said if it's got a crunch, it's a biscuit.
It's if it goes hard when it goes stale.
Oi.
I want to know what's.
I am definitely a biscuit.
It's when a biscuit goes stale, it goes soft.
All right.
And when a cake goes stale, it goes hard, and a Jaffa cake goes hard.
Mm.
But it's all just a tax thing, isn't it?
Mm.
VAT thing. There's a Ferret Schultz. There's a list of chocolate bars on Wikipedia. Idaho Spud, I remember them. Intense Orange, Ivory Mountain, Bar, Vice Versas, and
Vice Versas, of course. They're like minstrels, but they're.
Oh yeah.
The brown chocolate had a white shell, and the white chocolate had a brown shell. Vice Versas.
Madness.
Yeah.
There's your right there.
I'm sure there'll be an X-Men chocolate as well.
Boys, what is your least favourite model ever? Should we catch up? Let's bank that and then catch up.
Yeah.
Dylan Patel, hi guys, just popped in to say hi. Exhausted today, so I'll catch up. Thanks to Damien for the SBG magazines. Received them today. Excellent. I love this. When someone puts this in the comment on a stream, this is awesome. Cheers, Dylan. They've again, they're ahead of my email, so I hadn't even sent the dispatch email. But I'm glad they got this safe, mate. Do enjoy and let us know what you think. Anders Talks Hobbies is in. Just listen as I finish work up. Then it's on to video editing. Good to see you. Ewan, I want to thank you guys. Last time I was on here was first time, and you allowed me into the GBHL Facebook group. Been active every day. The only reason I have Facebook. That is lovely to hear.
It's a slippery slope, Ewan. It's a slippery slope.
Absolutely. Stark Raving Mag has no Saruman, but he's going to finish up his Mordor Orcs.
Nice.
Larry Miller is in.
He's
riding with his right. Jiminy Cricket. Larry Miller says, yeah, he's riding with his right. Oh, with his
Saruman.
right on horse.
Yeah.
I thought he said with his right horse and palantiring with his right on foot. Yeah, exactly. So he is right-handed. When you accept new members on the Facebook page, been a few days since I added and dying to see what's inside. It's not worth it. When we get to the end of this, I'll add your hands. There's just sometimes it gets backed up because we get so many. Larry is late joining. He's just going from work. Good to have you as always, mate. Joshua Bryant. I think Theoden's models are left-handed because Bernard Hill is left-handed. Pretty sure Theoden is southpaw in the films too. Yeah, but it's something's reversed, isn't it? I can't remember what it is. I want to say it's the scene. It's the scene where he touches the spears of everyone. You know, when he just before the Pelennor, and he holds his sword in his right hand.
He did seem a bit limp-wristed in that scene.
Bernard Hill, so Theoden's left-handed throughout, and Peter Jackson wanted him riding that way. He didn't want the horses facing the other way, essentially. So he had to hold it in his wrong hand and ride down. So I think it's something to do that, and I feel like there's something to do with the models, because that shot. I think that maybe it's because that shot then is essentially reversed, and he's holding his right hand. Maybe it's the Pelennor Theoden, where he's got his sword up. You know, the one on horse. I wonder if it's that one where he's right-handed, because they've taken it from that.
That's left-handed. He's holding his sword in his left hand in that one as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. But maybe I'm just thinking of that scene, that he reversed it for that scene. Who knows? Frederick Shaw, screenshots in the Facebook thread. Lovely to see. Richard Clammer, usually if you're right-handed, you use your left hand for reins. That's why we drive on the left in the UK, because we wielded swords with our right hand to face oncoming adversaries.
What? Even when driving on the M62?
Yeah,
with a sword.
I didn't know if that was apocryphal, but that's the idea, isn't it? That's why you have your that's why, because your sword, you'd be drawing your sword with your right hand. That's why you're on that side. Helm's Deep Theoden is right-handed. There we go. Oh no, then he says sorry. No, he's not. Pat Block, do you also have staircases going the other way inside castles? Oh, I don't know. Larry Miller, for tax purposes, a biscuit goes soft when it goes stale and a cake goes hard. Just like how for tax purposes, Pringles aren't crisp, they're very snacks, as they don't contain enough potato. Exactly, sir. Joe Holzman, still looking X then. You'll be pleased to know every child had Freddo as their answer for F. Oh, excellent. I see what you mean. We're missing the chocolate bar, right? Clearly doing something right. You are indeed, Joe. Josh Bryant says stairwells curve so that a right-handed defender has room to swing his weapons. They should curve anti-clockwise if my geometry is right. And Richard said, "This is going to be the thing of the night, isn't it? Clockwise staircases."
Yeah.
Richard says, "I think they're all clockwise staircases, so the defender above has better positioning for right-handed swinging." It has always bothered me that the Helm's Deep Lego set had Theoden right-handed on the box. That's from Larry. There you go. There's stuff in there. And just checked, he's right-handed in the Pelennor. Yes, called it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, Damien Bernard's left-handed had to change Theoden to be a lefty. One thing I've noticed, every archer from the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit Rangers is holding the bow in their left hand. Ooh, that's good. Larry Miller, you're supposed to hold bows with your offhand and draw with your hand. Yeah, lots of people say that. Pat Block then says, so if British warriors wielded their swords in the other hand, local stairwells will be curved the other way now. Who knows? And there we are. We are all caught up. Exciting news. The question we ignored, Mr. Steve, was what's your least favourite model?
That's a tough one. Nothing's really springing to mind, but I know when we get some comments in the chat, I'll go, yeah, that one's not great.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, we'll deal with it. We'll address it, but it's always one of those ones that I don't really like to talk about because it's negative. You know, it's like saying what's the worst thing. We're normally quite positive, but by all means, let's do it. Let's do it. What are your least favourite models? I fear for that Moran and Orc.
I think maybe
we get a kick in.
The Watchers of Kana or the Hasharin never really appealed to me that much as aesthetic wise. I think they're a bit boring.
Yeah.
But like not to the point where
not the sculpt. It's the fact that you don't like the vision.
Yeah.
Can't go there.
Yeah.
The original Monkey twins are wonky. You know, the unarmored ones. They are quite potato faced.
Yeah. I don't think they're terrible models. I just don't think they suit this range. If they were in Warhammer Fantasy, they'd probably look all right.
Yeah, I think they're Gary Morley's. I think you can pick out Gary Morley's models from the early range. I think. But yeah, I don't know. I don't mind that Moran and Orc, if I'm honest.
Potato face. He's become my favourite Moranen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's an Orc, isn't he? They're meant to be ugly.
Yeah, I quite like him now.
I don't know. So what do I dislike? Least favourite. I presume you mean on aesthetics, by the way, rather than
Yeah. I mean, the plastic cave troll isn't fantastic. It's not great.
Plastic Legolas bothers me because he's looking the wrong way.
Mm.
That irritates me about that model. He's firing like left and he's looking forward. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know which one I really don't like? Actually, I'll tell you a model I really dislike. I'll show you it right here. That the
Gandalf
original metal Gandalf on Shadowfax. I always thought that was rubbish. Actually, there you go. That's one that I genuinely think is a bit rubbish.
I don't
Far better
mind.
than
I don't
anything
mind
I'd
it.
ever do.
Again, I think it looks like it's from a different range, but I don't mind it.
It's a bit. I think the horse is a bit like Bolg's Warg.
Yeah.
It's like a gangly,
Someone's
malnourished
grabbed at
horse.
each end and just gone.
Yeah. This,
Yeah.
on the other hand, what a sculpt.
It's great.
That's how you improve something. That's how you. What? We've got a bit of a wonky Gandalf on Shadowfax. Well, have a bit of that. That's amazing.
It's a great sculpt.
Nearly, I think, over 6 months now he's been assembled, and to be painted, and he's getting there. He's the model I'm working on at the moment. Getting there, finally. So those are our least favourite models. So there we go. I'm sure people are chatting away about their least favourite models, but Steve,
Yeah.
how are you?
I'm all right. Bit tired, but it's nice to be back on the stream and sitting and talking about things that
Chocolate and stairwells.
Yeah, rather than real life stuffs. But yeah, I'm good. Just very busy, bit tired. What about yourself?
Really good. Work's rubbish. I had a really crap week at work, more management board, tedium, largely brought on, to be fair, by the pandemic, which is arguably not anyone's fault, but still handled very, very badly. But through that now into the weekend, saw my folks today. We had a barbecue, which was very nice. They came down, so had a really nice day with family in the garden. So I'm already. That's another reason why I'm quite glad I'm not painting, because I'm already I think a gin and 2 beers in. But had a lovely day at You Can barbecue. And
I didn't see any pictures, mate.
No, I know. I think it's because I did it in courses this time, and we sort of served it from inside, so we didn't have that the glorious table spread and everything. But no, it was really nice. It was cool. It was a nice day. And then you have this really thing where I'd said to my folks, genuinely asking. I was like, yesterday, I was like, what time are you heading back? Are you gonna go is it roughly? And Mum went, well, it will either be before rush hour, if rush hour is even still a thing anymore, or after it. And I was like, cool. And then it became clear they were leaving afterwards. And it got to 6:45, and I was like,
you're looking at your watch.
I was like, it's going to be very hard, given that we're not allowed to see you, to say, can you get out of my house? I've got to go and the stream. But then, my mum kind of went, right, I think we better be heading off. I was like, oh.
Do you have to, really?
Then, I ran around the house like a blue-ass fly, trying to get everything ready. And one of the things that's happened, absolute nightmare for me, that happened, I think it was Thursday night, is our Wi-Fi's gone absolutely bang-jaxed. I don't know what has happened to it. It seems to it's really, really intermittent, and for some reason it's affecting upstairs and not, it seems to get better downstairs. And obviously there's any number of reasons for that, but nothing's changed. We haven't put a new router in, we haven't moved anything, it's just suddenly stopped working. And so on Thursday, I spent I spent an hour going through Sky's troubleshooting, and then an hour on the phone going through the same troubleshooting, and it's not resolved.
Can you turn it off at the wall for me, please, and leave it off for 10 seconds, and then switch it back on, and tell me if that sorted your problem out? No, mate.
The guy was very good, but obviously what they have to do once you ring them up, the process is, and you must have gone, I don't know if you've ever gone through this, but online it tells you what to do, and it says if this doesn't work, contact us. And then when you contact them, they do all the stuff that's online, because a lot of morons won't have done that first. And so you're sort of going, well, yeah, I'll do it, but I've done it. I've already done it. It didn't work. So we've got an engineer coming out on Monday, which will hopefully sort that. But then, of course, it meant, these days, like I do most of my jobs on Zoom, and suddenly, like, I'm at home, and I was like, what? But I managed to dig out a huge Ethernet cable that I'd nicked from work, and like the dongle, and set myself up, obviously entirely tethered. And then for this, then thankfully this dongle reaches from this Ethernet cable reaches from the router all the way up the stairs and into the room just about, with some tape. But as I put the pictures up on the GBHL, like it's a death trap. So
it's always better to be hardwired in anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just it's a pain in the ass because our router's downstairs. I don't need to. I should get something upstairs.
Yeah.
But there we go. So that's kind of been my last sort of 48 hours or so.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
What hobby have you got done in the last 2 weeks? I still can't believe it's been 2 weeks.
There you go. So 2 weeks.
Can't believe it.
Quite a lot and not much at all.
Yeah.
I finished this dude.
Oh yeah, I seen it on Facebook.
Battle Streams and Middle Earth alumni.
Mm-hmm.
He's featured on a few. I think I started doing there was an Isengard week where I started doing the 3 command figures, and then I did the captain for the hero week and the banner for a warrior week. So I finished him off, and I also finished off. I think this was in the same period. Finished off him.
Yeah, it's a cool model, isn't it?
One I thought he's awesome. He's really, really good. Really, really good. And they were models that had all been started for things in 2020, but then had been abandoned, and I'd missed the thing. So he was painted, as you remember, day one was done for our issue 10 photo shoot of SBG, which was in February.
Yeah.
And like didn't get him finished. And then of course once that's gone, there's no incentive to get him finished whatsoever. So finally got him done. And the last of those outstanding models is this guy. So enough for what is finally facing the brush now. So those are the models I've been working on recently, trying to finish them. I also did something else massive for my hobby, but you?
Me?
Yeah,
oh, what have I done? Oh, right. I thought, all right, okay. Not much because, again, life, busy. I painted some non-Middle Earth stuff for the imminent release tomorrow of the new 40k. But that was it really. I didn't even get them finished. I just started and.
So you painted some new Middle Earth stuff for the release of 40k?
No, non-Middle Earth.
Oh, non-Middle Earth stuff.
Yeah, non-Middle Earth. Just some Space Wolves, but that was it. Literally, I think about an hour. I spent about an hour on them.
I take it you're going to be pre-ordering the box.
Yeah. It's an absolute bargain, but there isn't the amount of GW being GW. There isn't the amount that they said there would be. So.
Oh, how do we know this?
Because they've already said it.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So originally you could pre-order up to 6. Now they said you can only.
Oh yeah, I saw they dropped
pre-order
it to 3. Yeah.
And loads of other retailers have been all over Facebook all day, saying that it's kind of first come first served. They're not getting half as many as they expected to get. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, it's a shame. Do you know what I think it is? I was talking to Jay about this earlier. I think it's people like me. I think there's a lot of people like me, Ben, Jay, who are not 40k players, but really like the look at what they're doing in 9th edition. So I think they expected to sell similar numbers to what they always sell with a new 40k box, not realising that actually their marketing has been A1 and loads of new people want to get involved. Because it seemed like they originally thought they'd have plenty. On the live streams, they're like, yeah, don't worry, we'll have plenty.
They were saying they kept saying it will only be around for a while, but we have made loads.
Yeah. So
they must have numbers. I find that stuff fascinating, and as great as they are with the community now, that stuff's always very much a closed book. They never reveal numbers because I always want to know about like the dice sets for Lord of the Rings.
Mm.
Like, you know, they always sell out fast, but you just don't know how many people there are in the world. So, did they sell out fast because there's 50, or did they sell out fast because there's 1,000?
Yeah.
You know, like what is fast? And it's the same with this. Like they must have an idea that 40k is their most popular game. And last time we released a new edition, the starter box sold X amount. And we think maybe our marketing's 10% better now. So there must be it's not just like someone new picking a number out of the air.
No.
There must be some sense behind what they're doing.
It's very odd. It's very odd. I mean, we've had it in the on the Middle Earth side, haven't we, with the cards and dice, like you say.
I thought you were going to say Escape from Goblin Town.
And it's if you're one of the people who's unlucky enough like not to get the toys that you want, yes, it's frustrating. But at the same time, they haven't got a crystal ball. They can only go off the research that they've done and how many they think they're going to sell.
Yep.
And if that's not enough, it's just tough, isn't it? Really. Sounds harsh. You tell I've had a bad week at work. It's just tough. It's tough dealing with it. But obviously they're not doing this on purpose to bring this backlash of negative internet comments that they get. It's just nobody would do that on purpose. So obviously, they've just underestimated the popularity of the product.
So is it going to be? It's tomorrow, isn't it? Saturday. So tomorrow it's going to be like
goes up for pre-order tomorrow.
10:05. It'll be sold out. Is it one of those?
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. It's the thing with it is like it's the value that's in the box and what you're paying for it is immense. It's like everything's like I think it was slightly less than half price or something.
Yeah.
So it is a really good value box.
So are you? What are you doing? Do you get it through Element or are you?
Yeah, I'll be using Element to get it.
You have to be there at 10 o'clock by clicking.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, sir.
So I'll be getting it and having a little play with it and seeing how it goes. Until Quest for the Ring Bearer or AMR or Best of White Dwarf comes out.
Yep.
Get my Middle Earth fix. I'm hoping that is in the next few weeks now that the release of 40k is done and dusted.
It'll be along precisely when it means to.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Blame them for prioritising their biggest cash cow.
It's very popular. I think the internet's going to be an angry place tomorrow. I get that impression.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that'll be fun. I'll be muting a lot of groups that I'm in tomorrow, I think.
Internet's an angry place all the time.
Yeah. Should we have a look and see what people's least favourite models are in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Let's have a look. They were talking about bows with left-handedness.
Just while Steve jumps through this, I want to pose a question to both Steve and you guys so that we might catch up with the answers. What do you do with the planter? Do you put it on a base?
Yes, objective marker in it. I can't remember where mine is. It was on that shelf there.
Oh, Travolta's up.
Oh, we used it, didn't we? I used it in when we did the Wizard Duel. The Palante. Yeah, we had it in the middle. Is it? It's cute. It's a cute little model. It's a good objective marker, right?
Yeah. I'm not criticising your choice. What are you saying? What are you saying about my objective marker?
I mean, if you're unhappy about it, send them an email. You know what I mean?
I got the metal one as well.
Yeah.
More like Palan 2, am I right?
Rolling in Palantir. Let's have a look. Okay, so Paplot says easy. My least favourite models are the ones I don't have. Hamdizzle says
that's a good answer.
Hamdizzle, in before someone says the Marana that looks like a big woosty.
Oh, that's great.
He's gonna get a lot of hate in this, I think. Josh Bryan.
Woosty or
the orc.
Woosty.
Josh says, interestingly, if you're equally good with both hands, you're called ambidextrous. If you're equally bad with both hands, you're called ambinistrous. Yes, that's a word. Oh.
Is it?
Don't know.
Wouldn't it be the same? Oh, well, I've never heard it. Wouldn't it be the same thing though? Who would create a word that just means you're awful.
I thought ambidextrous
Ambidextrous
meant
isn't
that.
about yeah. You
I
use
thought you could
both,
use them
right?
both as equal.
It's not.
I didn't think it
It's
was
not
like.
about talent, is it?
Yeah, I didn't think it was like you could use them both really well.
Yeah, and you're amazing.
Both,
I'm sure it's true.
Both of these are amazing.
Maybe there was someone who was ambidextrous who was so awful at everything they had to create a new word for it.
Yeah, kept dropping things. Yeah, I'm not ambidextrous. Yeah. What it is.
Oh God,
What
Steve.
it is.
I've cut these bits off the sprue.
No, you've not.
There's 3 bits of the Palantir.
You've cut them off.
Yeah, I've cut them off, and you have to glue 13 on first. Is 13 different to 14?
Oh.
I mean, they look identical.
Dry fit. It's got a dry fit written all over that, mate.
It's 3 parts. I've not got enough hands. I think they're the same.
Just do
Oh, they're not the same. They're not the same. All right.
Hold it back up to the sprue and see where it fits.
They're the same size.
Shocker.
Now, you can actually see the pegs, I think, in the picture. Yes, you can. Oh, see, the instructions are good.
Will
So
Rab
this is
doesn't like
13.
plastic Gondor Rangers.
I like them.
I think they're
Well, I
alright.
don't have any, but
I think they're alright. I mean, yeah, you've got that weird.
Ooh.
On a couple of them, you've got that weird blank plasticky bit, but they're alright.
That's the base, Steve.
Aaron says my least favourite model, Imrahil on foot. The pose is just lame. It's a very static. His face on the mounted isn't great either.
Yeah, he needs he's screaming out for a King of the Dead replacement, isn't he?
Character series got written all over him. Frederick says most plastic fellowship models are weird. Agreed.
Yeah.
Joe says my least favourite model at the moment, plastic Rohan horses. That's because you're painting many of them. Is it Joe who is painting a second Rohan army with different bases?
Oh, maybe was it? And wasn't it 2 of 3?
Yeah, I'm sure it was Joe. Josh says, "Oh, I love the original Monkey Twins and Glorfindel for that matter." Yeah, Glorfindel's very similar, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Glorfindel's better than Twins though.
Paplot says, if I had to give a serious answer, my least favourite models are all the plastic non-armoured Galathrims.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Wood Elves get a lot of hate, but I've always quite liked them. I've never painted them, so maybe I'd go off them if I did. But I don't know why. It's just I think I'm just a huge fan of like Mirkwood and Dol Guldur, so I think like when those Wood Elves arrived, I just got quite excited by them. But yeah, they're definitely not the best. They're showing their age.
Michael Haskell says castles were built for the right-handed defenders. I have a vague memory of one castle which was the other way round because the lord who commissioned it was left-handed. Could be wrong.
So belligerent, isn't it?
Very, very vain. That's very vain.
This will help me. Oh, there we go. Oh God, the glue's all pouring out.
Oh no. What glue are you using?
It's the Citadel plastic glue.
Oh, that's not too bad. Hamdizzle doesn't like metal-mounted Aomer.
Well, the original one.
Mm.
I think that's fair enough. He's quite an old style. I think I've said on here that I kind of rediscovered him when I used him. I fell in love with that model again. But yeah, I get that. It's also he's one of those metal ones on a plastic horse where you can see him being very much kind of, you know, their legs are just wide open to allow him to slot over the horse.
Yeah.
It's not very dynamic.
Sean agrees with him. Daniel Kelly says least favourite is Black Numenoreans. It's a shame as I love the idea of them and would love a full army. They're weird poses.
You get a lot of complaints about them that they're not. They don't look like the Morgul Knights, don't you?
Yeah. The Morgul Knight poses are really nice.
Yeah, I haven't got any of them, but they're definitely a one-day force for me. Just 12 Morgul Knights and a Dark Marshal. I'd like to do it at some point.
They're cool minis. Larry says my least favourites are controversial. Second place is Wet Gandalf that we've been through. He looks wet. Cracks me up. But
Which one was it? Was it the Fellowship one?
Yeah, looks wet. But my least is old Thranduils.
Oh, the Metal Thranduil. I predict at any minute now you're about to read a comment from Josh Bryant kicking off because that's Josh Bryant's favourite model in the entire range.
Hamdizzle says awfully bland. I'm assuming he means about the Aima comment. Black
No, I think
Numenoreans
he's
are
talking-
not great
he's-
either, says Frederick.
He's talking about Galaxy, mate.
Josh Bryant says armoured. Ha. Don't know what that means, Josh. Larry says, I like Potato Head because so many people hate him. Yeah, I think that's what made me like him. I kind of felt sorry for him. Kind of felt sorry for
He's
him.
also
Befriended him.
he's an orc. He's an orc. Surely he's allowed to look ugly. Surely.
Hamdizzle says, love that Gandalf. Wish I had one. How do you know which Gandalf he's talking about?
Talking about wet Gandalf.
That is crazy. Joe says, least favourite model, Gil-galad on foot. Boring. It is a bit. Static pose, bulbous head. Yeah. Just so disappointing for the last King of Elves. Really hoping for a new foot-mounted version soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure it'll be soon, but you'll get him.
Yeah.
There's no way they ever go back to Last Alliance and don't make a new Gil-galad.
Yeah. Oh, Hamdizzle says the rearing one. So when he says, I love that Gandalf, I wish he had one, I think he was talking about your Gandalf the White.
Oh, the Gandalf the White, yeah, it's beautiful.
I was just about to say, how the hell does he
beautiful.
know which is the wet Gandalf?
It's just a wet one.
Rich says, I dislike the unarmoured Glorfindel models. Their heads look funny, but like the unarmoured elf twins. Yeah. Larry says, yeah, Sean, they should really make a new Aimer. Josh says, Armoured Faramir is pretty bad. The standard ones don't look good. Original Gandalf on Shadowfax is pretty bad too. I don't really like the Clansmen of Lamadon. Actually, they do nothing for me. I don't mind the Clansmen. Armoured Faramir, do you mean that the Captain of Gondor one, or do you mean because there isn't the normal
There's
armoured?
three, aren't there?
Yeah, there's foot mounted.
Like,
in fact, there's
two.
There's
two
two
on
foot. Yeah, there's two on foot. Yeah, which is odd.
Talking of foot,
You've got no socks on.
I don't have any socks on. Check this out for anyone who hasn't done this kit. I've never made a plastic kit, so I don't necessarily understand what goes into it. But why on earth?
I know, yeah.
Is Grima's foot
Separate.
a separate piece? That is the foot of Grima Wormtongue.
Maybe when they were designing the sprue, they thought, if they ever run out of something to talk about on battle streams,
We've got a gap. We've got a gap on the sprue. Chop his foot off. Maybe it was a tribute to Trotter, the original Trotter with his wooden feet.
strong. Hang on, just eating chocolate. I cut my head today. Can you see this? In work.
Your head?
Mm-hmm. You see that?
I thought that was a wrinkle.
I cut it.
What did you do?
A bump as well. I was ripping out a door casing. And
Business or personal?
yeah, I was just angry at home. And I cut it. And
Battle
I
Stream's
was
nice.
trying to bar it and it wouldn't come off. It was one of those things where
Bar it. Is that? Can I just confirm for the non-tradies amongst us? Is that using a crowbar to remove a door? Is that what bar it?
well actually it was a flat bar, but you know.
Right, okay.
Same-
It's just a lot of people
same
don't
sort of-
have a version for how to remove something with.
Well, anyway, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't come off. So I just sort of took out a bit of my frustration and I grabbed the jamb of the door and pulled it and it went and it went dink. Right.
That'll tell you.
Luckily, no one was there. No one's seen it. I did that thing, where you do it, and before I check that I'd not damaged myself, I look round to make sure no
So
one's
would
seen
you
it.
say that you barred yourself?
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
Yeah,
No,
standard.
you're right.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's a bit of a bump, though, is it?
It's because you rock on.
A bit of bruise that tomorrow. Let's have a look.
Bar it. I was barring it. I was barring down the M1.
Barring it, mate. Barring it.
Barring it, mate.
Oh, that was it. We were up to Josh about Faramir, weren't we? Paplot says, when it comes to Aomer, I have an unpopular opinion. The Pelennor Night version is ruined because of the horse's super weird pose. It looks like Aomer's calling for a charge, but the horse just doesn't go anywhere. As awesome as
that's the thing. Like when I wanted to use it, I think if you want to use Aomer in a thematic army, like from the films, you got to use the first one because that one doesn't look. He's never wearing a cloak like that, you know. just using it for some sort of what if armor. If you don't care about that, then fair enough. But if you're actually trying to recreate, like the charge at Helm's Deep,
Yeah.
it just doesn't look right.
Was he released? Was he released though with War of the Ring?
He was either in that or he was, I believe, wasn't he in the reinforcements article?
Something like that, wasn't it? So
way back when, like in the Hobbit era, there was a PDF of this article that had come out in White Dwarf, and it was called Reinforcements, and I feel like it had him, so it had upgraded Aemma upgraded to like 3 attacks and all that. Then the upgraded Faramir, and I think it had Grimbold in it as well.
Right.
I think. But it might well be that he was released for War of the Ring, and then they did reinforcements as SPG profiles to go with them.
Yeah. He says, as awesome as Aemma is, the horse makes me unable to enjoy the model. I get what people are saying. It is an odd pose, but it don't bother me that much. It don't bother me.
I haven't seen much mention of this. Do you know there's a Aemma article in White Dwarf this month? Do you get White Dwarf?
No.
Like Jay, there's about a 4-page tactics article about Aemma.
No.
Like just about how to use him, and I haven't got it, but I flicked through it the other day in Sainsbury's, and loads of pictures of the various new like builds of the model,
That's cool.
which is cool. Nice to see some different photos of him,
Yeah.
see him in action. So yeah, it's only 4 pages, but if you fancy that,
Yeah, there's not enough Middle Earth in it for me to subscribe.
I picked up the one that had the battle report. That was really good. It had like a 16-page battle report. Did you get that?
No, I don't get any of them.
I just went and picked that one up. It was like a Dunland army laying siege to a Rohan fort. It was really good.
Yeah. Oh, bloody hell, where are we? Larry Miller. I also don't like how he doesn't fit any time in the movies. I think I was talking about Aemma. Josh says Plastic Rangers as well. Plastic Knights of Dalamroth are in there because they're comically poor proportioned relative to the rest of the army. They're tiny. Agreed on Knight of Pelennor's horse. It's weird. Oh, flipping heck. It's jumping like crazy tonight, this chat. Oh, what the heck? Hamdizzle says, I'd agree to a degree, Paplock.
I'd agree to a degree.
Larry says, as he's meant to be post-War of the Ring. Paplock says, damn Firefoot must have failed his courage roll. It does look like, the cartoons where someone like skids to a halt on a cliff edge, like in Roadrunner or something like that. That is what it looks like.
Roadrunner was my favourite Warner Brothers cartoon when I was a kid.
Oh, it was great. Just sit there and watch it. Like just the amount of things they've come up with that could happen to Wile E.
I had
Coyote.
the game on the SNES as well, and it was I think it was probably on reflection crap, but I loved it.
I remember having the game on, and this is showing my age. I had a ZX Spectrum, and I remember having it on that.
The Roadrunner on it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
with the most bobbins graphics ever.
Still not as bad as the CGI in the Hobbit movies, though, eh?
Oh no, it's terrible. Don't get me started on
Whoa, rubbish.
that. Josh says, doesn't ruin the scope for me though. I do like original Aemma somewhat controversially. Sean says, I just watched a clip where you drop your pure Gundabad Orcs. Those must be your least favourite models.
Found it. Oh, well, none of them broke, did they?
Paplock's asking him to share the link. Frederick says,
share the link.
Share the link. Frederick says, it's always better to be hardwired. In inverted commas, Steve Crow 2020. Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Aaron says, actually guys, having checked the previous videos, the last stream was last week. Boom. Told you. I thought it was. Let me check now. I need to check. I'm going to check. Let me check. Right, I'm going to check. So I'm going to pause the chitty chat there. Let me just get it where
Sure, you cancelled last week.
Let me check. I might have done it with someone else.
Oh, treacherous bastard.
Let's have a look. Videos.
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 Yeah, 1 week ago it says. Battle Streams in Middle Earth, issue 13, episode 13, issue 14, 1 week
Yeah,
ago.
but can we get a date on that? Because 1 week ago.
2 weeks ago was GBHL Damien's hobby vlog.
Just because I'm busy.
And then the week before that was Bilbo. So yeah, I think you'll find we did stream
What
this.
was I doing the banner? That was only a week ago. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I am cracking into this bad boy.
I actually think that Aaron and YouTube may be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Because I have a vague memory of you saying, well, can you do Sunday?
Yeah,
and me saying no, I can't.
I'm sure we didn't.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, it might be a week ago because I think it says a week ago until it's
2 weeks.
full weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I think it hasn't been 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We didn't do one last week, I'm sure.
So going up in that theory, the things that it says were 2 weeks ago were actually
Could be
3
up
weeks.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and the things that were 3 weeks ago
Oh, sweet mother of orange.
could be 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's true.
So anyway, we're here now. That's all that matters. Where are we?
Oh, Pepsi.
Rusty Russ says hello all. How you doing, Rusty? Nice to have you, brother. Sean Boys is giving a timestamp of 18 minutes to your hobby vlog where your world ends.
Oh, really?
Literally 4 seconds.
Which does he say which one it is? Which vlog?
Poplock's just asking which of the 6 Project Underbad videos is it?
Yeah.
Aaron says, I'm like you, Steve. I only even showing a slight interest in 40k due to Indomitus. Yes. Sean says 41 it is.
Oh, hobby vlog 41.
Hamdizzle. Actually, the plural is planteri.
Yeah. Bear in mind, I don't know how much people listen to these things, but whenever we put an I at the end of anything, it's a joke. Like Legolas and Saruman, we don't actually think that's the plural. It's just funny.
What?
Maybe it's not.
What?
But yeah, so like I can't remember. There was some thread, something to do with the murder of crows, I think, and I put like Saruman, and someone corrected me and said it's Saruman's, and I was like, all right. I'm not. I can't.
Oh no, you are right.
Yeah, I can't go back and forwards on this with you, I'm afraid.
Cheers, everybody. Hope you have an amazing weekend.
Cracking anime. Yeah, indeed. I'm on the softie to go with my chocolate this time.
I don't do soft in here, mate. Don't do soft in here.
Because it's gone hard because it's stale.
Where was we up to? Are we back on? We're back on the
Text
ambidextrous
update,
stuff.
by the way.
Say again.
Gin text update.
Cool, go on.
Is as of yet no text. Although, why is my mate's chat is going crazy?
Have you worked it out?
Well, they're having a debate. 2 of my mates are having a row, like they're married, about Candlestick Maker in the nursery rhyme. They're having a debate about what the candlestick maker is. Is it a maker of candles or is it a maker of candlesticks, which is a device to hold the candle?
Candlestick maker. Makes candlesticks. Oh, right, I get it. Right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Candlestick. Yeah. A candlestick is a candle, right? It's just a candle.
I'm just trying to think what I thought now. If I've ever thought of that.
I would have thought, if you'd have asked me...
It's a man who makes candlesticks, and I would have thought a candlestick
is a candle.
No, I'd probably go for the holder, I think.
No.
Well, no, it doesn't mean it is, but I think...
I would have said holder, but then when I stop and think about it, like, actually, yeah, that doesn't make no sense. Excuse me. Anyway, let us know in the chat what you think.
Fun fact. That's the one of the people debating that is Tom, who occasionally drops in on our streams. So
Tom the troll.
Yeah, exactly. So I imagine he'll lose his shit if he hears that we've got a whole. I might message him.
We could get a percentage going in the chat. See, if it was really technical, I could make one of those bars like Warhammer TV have with the percentage. That'd be really cool. But I can't. So. Right. Okay.
Let us know, guys. Is it the person who made the candles or the person who made the candlesticks?
Yeah.
My friends want to know.
Larry says, I really like that objective mark. I never thought we'd actually get a new Palantir. Richard says, I'm tempted to 40k into the 40k set, but I don't really know why. I love Necrons, but I have a Tyranid Force already and can't see me getting any of it painted anytime soon. Should I get it and sell the Marines? No, you should get it and give me the Marines. That's what you should do. Frederick says, put the Palantir on a base, planning to use it as a marker in games. Once I've used the Palantir rule in game, I remove the marker.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
Josh Bryant, ambidextrous comes from the Latin word sinister, meaning left. Didn't know that.
Oh, that's a bit of right-handed propaganda right there.
Yeah.
As a lefty myself, I must speak out for my people.
Larry says it's vaguely insulting as ambidextrous literally means both right hands. All right. And ambisinistrous. Ambisinistrous means both left-handed. So what it's saying is, if your bobbins were both hands, it's like saying you've got 2 left feet, isn't it?
2 left hands. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
God, I love learning.
Yeah, learning. We do learn stuff on this stream.
We do, yeah.
Tell you what,
Never
in about 50 years, we will be shit hot in a pub quiz. We just need to find the answer for the candlestick maker, and then we're away.
Yeah, absolutely golden.
Josh Bryant, it's basically the equivalent of saying I've got 2 left feet, but with your hands. Joe says I thought the word for that was cat-handed. Are you left-handed then, Damien? Yeah.
It's basically a disability.
Do you write weird?
Yeah.
So when you write, do you write from like, is the page, do you write in a horizontal manner? Because Jay's left-handed and he
right vertically.
No,
what
Jay does write vertically. He has to turn the page and writes down the page towards himself.
What?
Yeah, it's weird, mate.
That's not a left-handed person. That's a maniac.
Ask Jay to write a sentence for you next time you see him. It will freak you the F out.
What? So he completely turns the page like 90 degrees, and then he'll write. So he's learnt to write the letters sideways.
Towards himself.
Freak.
Yeah, it's weird, mate. Proper weird. I like what you
do.
I like what are you doing? He's like, this is how left people write. I'm like, no, it's not. I know left-handed people. No one writes like that.
There is a thing where you can sometimes, particularly if you're using a fountain pen, you might turn the page
so you don't smudge
to
yourself.
Stop smudging it.
Yeah.
But no, my handwriting is bloody awful.
Yeah, my handwriting. Really I'm right-handed. My right-handed is terrible. Don't worry about it. I used to get into trouble at school.
What's really bizarre?
Go on.
I do everything else right-handed. Like, so I'm just trying to think. Like,
it's not that kind of stream, mate. It is not that kind of stream.
Like whenever I'd like, particularly when I was a kid, I don't play that much sport anymore. But I'd like play tennis like right-handed and play cricket right-handed, and I would hope when I do archery. No, what would I do? I'm not actually sure. No, I think I would draw a bow left-handed. Actually, I'd hold the bow in the right hand. But I do an awful lot of things right-handed, and my handwriting with my left hand is.
What about your cue work if you were playing snooker? Which would be your bridge hand?
My bridge hand would be my right hand.
Yeah, so that's left-handed.
Yeah, that must be left-handed.
Yeah.
But I do a lot of stuff right-handed, and my handwriting with my left hand is dreadful, which made me think maybe I'm right-handed. Let's not rule it out.
Your parents really wanted a lefty, and when you were born, they were like, "Oh, you're left-handed. You're so left-handed."
Do you know what we want for our son? We want him to face more opposition and struggle.
Oh dear.
It's like when you reflect on it, like maybe some moron just put the pen in the wrong hand.
Oh dear. Oh. Where are we? Oh jeez, it's getting out of hand. Will says, weren't Castle Tower stairs also spiralled in a certain way, so the defenders on the top with all their shields facing the stairs and the attackers had to face up with their weapons at a weird star?
I'm glad we're still on that.
Will Rab angle, which made it harder to attack. Yeah, pretty much. Josh says, Black Numenorians are really nice models for Warhammer Fantasy. I'd have loved to see a range of Black Numenorian patterned after the Knight of Umbar. He's my definitive Black Numenorian. Knight of Umbar is quite cool.
Yeah, he's good.
Sean says, I like the Ulthuan duel, to be honest. And he says, I must admit, I don't like the new Gothmog. It's like him where he's young or something before all his war wounds. Which one? What new Gothmog?
The new one's the
one where he's pointing his sword outside.
The one where he's stationary, yeah.
And he's got his,
so he's pointing
his cack hands like that,
and then he's on the warg and he's doing a similar thing, and he's pointing on the warg.
I
think it's a great model.
I quite like that pose.
I've painted up the other two, and I because those are the ones I had. But that's one of those things that's like I'd like to get those to do a different Gothmog at some point.
Yeah. Well, I've got, because like the metal one of them is quite hard to come by, so I've got that in blister, and I had a fine cast one, so I thought I'm gonna paint, because I was really worried about painting his flesh. So I thought I'm gonna paint the fine cast one as a test model. But I was that happy with how he turned out.
Is this the pointing one?
Yeah, I was that happy with how he turned out. I just thought, well, I'm not repainting him again now. I'm happy with that. I don't think I can better that, so I've just still got.
I'll have it then.
Metal ones out there. Loads of people have asked me for it. Someone was selling one the other day in the trade group for like a tenner.
Yeah, but how many people who you do a live stream with have asked you for it?
I don't know. It's quite a few. Got a lot of channels, you know.
Don't know where. If anything, I don't think you shout about them
enough. Josh says, and yes, Ulthuan is my favourite Citadel mini of all time. I really like it, but it's one of those static ones that tends to be unpopular. I don't mind it.
I think it's great. I think it's a great model.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
When that set came out for the 4 Necromans, I just think all of them are stunning. Like Glorfindel and Eristor, that Saruman, the Galadriel, they're all brilliant.
Yeah, it's a nice vibe to them.
Love.
Love.
Yeah, big tick from me.
Larry says, I don't mind the model itself. He just looks like an elf to me. His armour looks Rohirric based on Weta's designs, really, and his face doesn't look all that elven.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't know. That's one of the reasons I like it. It's quite a GW take on Middle Earth. You know,
yeah.
he looks realistic. I think.
Joe says it's always a crowbar when Steve's using it.
It's good. We like it.
It's just jumps. Jeez,
Louise.
Jeez.
Damn it, Janet.
My God. There we go. Josh says, and I meant Annie of Faramir's, where he's basically indistinguishable from the warriors, knights of Minas Tirith around him. His armour is quite different. It's very different, in fact.
I know what he means, though.
Depends how you paint him.
But then equally, he's in a helmet, and once they're in a helmet and armour, it's going to be hard to stand out, right?
Joe says, dropping trays is one thing, but if you're going to search whole Planter videos or clips, go find a clip where Damien kicks his own thumb as he tucks his leg under. Tom's reaction is priceless.
That was glorious. That's during a photo shoot, because it's a one-off Palantir where we're in Lily's parents' house. We're in the room that I stay in there, and for whatever reason we recorded it that week. And yeah, I remember that so clearly. And I pull my thumb up as I'm moving my leg, and basically just bend my thumb back. And I scream, and I instantly look at Tom in anger, as if it's Tom's fault. And I just stare at him like that, and he pisses himself. And then I think for the sketch I slowed it down a whole bunch of times. So you just have me go.
You know what we should do? We should do this on one of the thingy nights.
What does that mean?
Has it clicked yet?
What's the thingy night?
I don't know what I can say and what I can't say. I'll text it you. A secret squirrel it. It's a good shout though.
Is it?
Yeah, 1 minute. 1
I'll
minute.
find out if it's a good shout.
Yeah, 1 minute. Damien O. That's what you're in my phone as.
Where does that come from?
What?
Damien. Oh. Now you put me in as that before you found out my surname was O'Byrne.
Yeah.
Well, that's handy. I'm excited by what this super secret thing is you can't tell me on the. Great content. This is so
I'm
so
a really
exclusive.
I'm a really slow texter.
Oh,
Hey, look at that!
I got a text.
What's up?
That's what you couldn't say.
Well, I didn't know whether you wanted me to say it or not. I didn't know whether you wanted.
You say that. Go on, you say that. You drunk.
No, you've built it up now. Let's leave it.
You built it up.
So
Steve is suggesting. Yeah, go on.
yeah, there'll be a few of us who come in to do the next photo shoot for SBG Mag
Mhm.
for the battle report. Obviously, not to give anything away as to what's involved, but it would be a good idea to do this because we'd have us, Tom, and possibly a couple of others.
Yeah. There's definitely
Yeah,
other people.
we could just do it. We could do it off a laptop.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Quite easily, and it'd be a lot of fun. I mean, it might not be 4 or 5 hours long, granted.
Yeah, we haven't got 4 or 5 hours to do it.
Oh.
You want to risk 4 or 5 hours?
Saying that,
what we could do is a
saying that,
live
mate,
stream from the
we were on
photo
we were on the ball last time.
Yeah, last time was good.
Mhm.
I don't want to throw you under the bus here if something's gone crazy up, but it's obviously everything's been delayed. Am I right in thinking there's a TTG hobby vlog about the photo shoot?
That is, it's not, it's not been created yet. So we've got all the footage. Well, here's the problem we've got, right?
Here it comes.
I've got half the footage and half the pictures.
Yeah.
And on my SD card, and Ben's got the other half on his.
Right.
And lockdown happened.
Oh, of course, I see. Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be released till after lockdown anyway. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys filmed a bunch of stuff, didn't you? Kind of. Behind the scenes.
Took a lot of pictures, got a lot of B-roll. Yeah, had a chat. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that weekend. It's be a good little video. That I think a lot of people find it interesting.
Yeah, it'd be good fun.
Just need to get together with Ben
and
stitch it all together.
Yeah, because Ben and Dave Fredericks are also on the invite list for next one.
Mhm. It'd be cool, man. It'd be cool. Get a few of us in, chatting, drinking. In our underpants. It'll be really good.
Let's go there quickly.
Josh says Ranger Faramir and Captain of Athelion are pretty good though. Tim McKnight says, I've been thinking about my least favourites to paint, and I think it's the plastic Legolas from the Fellowship set. The hair, quiver, outfit area is kind of a mess and doesn't look great.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the older plastics do have.
I struggled with that.
Them weird
stuff like that.
They just have them weird bits where you don't know what they are.
Yeah.
And you're like, do I just paint that bit black? Do I try and draw?
Well, I mean, the Fellowship Legolas. Me and Steve sent each other messages about asking. If you look at his back, because he's not got the elf cloak, you have like the straps from his quiver, the knife panels, and hair. And we had this photo of a bit circle going, what's that? What's that? What's that? And what's that?
And I think my answer was just paint them brown, mate.
Yeah.
Just paint it brown. If you're unsure, paint it brown. Larry says, Mounted Saruman has a separate foot too. When I made Grima on Wednesday, I thought I'd missed out Saruman's other foot for a moment. He says, I believe he's meant to be King Eomer alongside Faramir as fourth age versions of them.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Josh says, yeah, Knight of the Pelennor was War of the Ring release. I think contemporary with Faramir, Captain of Athelion, reinforcements gave them both SBG rules. I'm pretty sure I have that White Dwarf issue.
Yeah, that's what.
And Paplot says, the Mounted Saruman's separate foot is a nightmare. Glad I'm not the only one who found it a pain, says Larry. Andrew Pennington. If there was a stream last week, it must have been Steve sat alone chatting to himself. It's highly likely, mate. It happens quite a lot. Joe says it wasn't last week. It just says a week ago because it was on the Sunday instead.
Yeah, they're all on my side.
Calamar says it says 1 week because it is less than 2.
You need to go
Janelle
and think about what you were doing last Friday night.
know, yeah.
You were somewhere with someone.
What was I doing? I worked.
Streaming.
I worked the weekend. I worked Saturday morning. I worked Sunday morning.
But did you?
What did I do? What did I do in the evening? I think I just didn't do the stream. I think I did anything in particular. I think I just didn't do the stream because I knew I had to be up early. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, you said you were working.
Yeah.
You said you were working a weekend.
Yeah, that's what it was. I remember that conversation. I'm working.
You had to,
I'm working tomorrow as well, but only in the afternoon.
I think you were like saying I'm working flat out, so I won't be able to do the live stream. And you had to set up for your 40k live stream.
Oh well, I rushed back. I was in work from 7. Saturday, mate. I don't do full days on Saturday. You're crazy. A man's got to eat.
Man's got to eat and document it.
Yeah. It says one was less than 2 weeks. Yeah, stream was 28th of June, says Janelmo. Mike Haskell, last weekend was cancelled. It was Lucky's. It was Battle Games in Middle Earth Desert last weekend. Yeah, because yeah. It's good to give you a week off every now and again.
I'm gonna interrupt you here to show you this because I think this is just so cool the way this goes together. If you haven't had the pleasure of this model.
B-cam.
Yeah, I'll try and
nice bit of bog roll there. All right.
Still waiting any sponsors to get in touch. So you have this part of Grima with his hair.
Yeah.
That focusing all right?
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then this part here with a kind of weirdly Voldemort-esque face. And you get to push his face through the hair. Which is really, really cool.
It's very cool.
And then gives it, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Come on, it's very nice. Not sure why it really, really doesn't play nicely.
If it's anything, the toilet roll is really in focus.
Toilet roll is not good. Is it going to be any better?
Oh.
It's coming in, isn't it? It's trying. It's trying. Why is it not playing that? But anyway, I think you can see it from there. You can see the depth on it. It allows like his hair to come further forward than you normally would on a model. Yeah, it's very, very cool.
It's very good.
It's a nice little piece of design. That.
Very, very cool. That whole sprue was amazing. So busy.
Yeah.
So much on the sprue. Larry says, it says that as it came out on Sunday, so I might still be listing it as a week ago. Last week was cancelled as I didn't have time to undercoat my Saruman then. Aaron says, just checked again, stream was 28th June. So it was 2 weeks ago. YouTube lies. I remember now because you and Lucky both cancelled the same streams last week.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, Larry says Saruman, surely. Tom says, it's candles, clearly. I think so. I think candlestick maker makes candlesticks. A candlestick is the candle itself, right? Surely. Joe Holzman, he must make candlesticks as candles are made by chandlers.
Oh, he's pulling out the notes.
So, yeah.
Can you just imagine Joe Holzman going, I've been waiting all my life to use this piece of knowledge.
And then someone turns around and says, it's a nursery rhyme.
It's a puppet.
Josh says candlestick maker makes candlesticks. Chandlers make candles. Saying that though, candles they used to be on sticks, didn't they? Like long stick things with a base.
Yeah, it's a candlestick.
Yeah.
A candlestick.
I'm going backwards.
Yeah,
I'm going backwards.
Metal.
I'm going backwards and forwards with it. I think it is the candle thing now. The holder. You've convinced me.
Yeah, I would think like, and I'm not saying this is right, but my gut feeling is it's the man who makes the candlestick.
Mm.
Like I make candlesticks.
Why is he so popular though? Do you know what I mean?
What's he done?
Yeah, he's not putting all the graft in, is he? You know what I mean? A bit of a stick. Poplock agrees with Josh. Rich,
What?
that it's the
What is that?
that it's the stick that holds the candle.
Okay, because I need a consensus to go back to the guys with.
Yeah. Richard says, you can have the Marines in exchange for painting some of my backlog, mate. I can't paint my own backlog.
That's not relevant. We don't care about that. We need to know about candlesticks, please.
Andrew Pennington, I had to pause and think about life choices. Sat painting and downbrush to Google the candlestick debate. When did my life become so rock and roll? Welcome to the club, man. Nick Garner says, damn work getting in the way of streaming. Boo. Paplot says, whatever you learn, never forget the basic of stuff. Oh, God. What does that say? Mitochondrion is the powerhouse of the cell.
Mitochondrion.
That means zip to me.
Is that the end of the candles?
Don't know. It looks that way. Larry says, I don't write sideways like some kind of maniac. Nick Gardner says, I wish I was ambidextrous just to make painting easier. Larry says, do you roll left or right-handed? I roll both.
Right, I think.
I've rolled dice with both hands.
It's because you're ambidextrous.
Yeah, boy. Nick Gardner says, I only know what snooker is, but snooker. Look how he spelled snooker.
What?
Are you doing that on purpose, Nick? I had to read it twice to know what it was you meant.
What are you
Snooker is because of Carl Smallwood's Fact Find channel. Do you not? Oh, Americans don't play snooker, do they? It's all pool. Yeah,
I think.
I'll let you off. I'll let you off, Nick. I'll let you off. I thought you were just going all street and ghetto like graffiti style. Ham Dizzle, is it a known fact that Rivendell Knights and Rivendell Spearmen have different sized shields? Sorting out shields at the minute and just noticed. I think it's just because they're different sculpts. I don't think it was intentional. Different people sculpted them. What do you think, Damien?
What was the question?
Riv Knights shields.
Yep.
And High Elf shields, different sizes. Is there a reason?
Because no one measured them before they sculpted the Rivendell Knight ones.
I think it's just that. Yeah, I think it's just that.
Yeah, there's probably a sensible reason. The one I'm not sure this is the reason, but if you're on foot, you would need you could carry a bigger shield perhaps, and it would protect you from arrows in a phalanx or something.
Going around
and on a horse.
If you were going around an anti-clockwise stairwell. Writing.
Yeah, and we're equally gifted in both hands.
Yeah, writing vertically on the wall as you were going up.
Absolutely.
Sean says, I only paint Middle-earth models, but I'm tempted to paint some of these Sigmar figures, boo hiss, from the old world, what they plan to release. I really like the Age of Sigmar models. I think they look cool. I think the models are great. But Age of Sigmar, it's not my bag at all. Paplot, Damien, which hand do you wipe your forehead with when it's sweaty? I go left.
I think I'd go left.
I go left. I'd probably go like that. I think it's because I'll be doing something else on my right. Read into that as you will. Lonely Bricks tuned in time for left-handed chat.
Good lad.
Oh, it's just jumped again. Stop it, please. Paplock. Faces on the new Gothmai look too healthy. They're not bumpy enough. Frederick says, how do people hold their knives and forks? Which hand do you use for your forks and knives? Damien? I cut with my strongest right hand with the knife.
Yeah, I cut with. That's another good example. I cut with my right hand. I'm knife with my right hand.
Yeah. Knife. Same. What about you guys?
That's a great example. Do you remember on Bilbo Week, someone asked what Bilbo, and I said how important that audio drama was to me, and I said like Gandalf. I still hear it like the audio drama.
Mm.
That knife is Gollum in the audio drama when he's guessing what's in Bilbo's pockets.
Yeah.
And I just hear the word knife, and I immediately want to say it like
he did.
Gollum from the BBC adaptation.
Yeah.
Knife. Yes, there you go. It's another way that's in there without me really knowing about it.
Tedious Link, have you pre-ordered the audiobook reread?
Steve has.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, have you?
Because I know Steve. Well, I said about you, have I?
I'm gonna say yes.
I haven't. Why don't you love me as much as I
Why have you not? Why?
I don't know. It's a pre-order for a digital book.
What if they sell out, mate? What if they sell out?
I was like, I'm not really.
What if they sell out? What if they sell out of downloads, mate? What if all the downloads are gone?
Yeah, if the internet gets filled up.
What if they only made so many downloads?
I'm very excited about it because that's happened since our last stream.
Yeah, and it's not.
I think it's awesome.
It's not just it's not the one he did, is it? He's gone into a proper studio and done it properly. Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Really, really good.
Yeah,
I'm proper excited. But yeah, I mean, I'll get it on Audible, and I'll probably use one of my credits, in the next few months or something. But I'm not desperate to kind of do it.
Do it, man.
Oh my God! What if it sells out?
It'd be devastating if I get it and you don't get it, mate. If you got to do it and I get that,
if
I get that message saying they say there are 0 downloads left.
Yeah. Do you know what? It would be more confusing than it would be devastating.
They've sold out of downloads. They're gone, man. Gone. Larry says, it's a good model, but his face isn't massively great. They've never done a great Gothmog face. Joe says, I'm right-handed, but hold my knife and fork as if I'm a lefty. What does that mean? Do you hold your knife in your left then? Because Damien's a lefty and he holds it in his right.
Yeah, we don't know I'm a lefty. Maybe I'm ambidextrous.
You definitely are, I think. Larry says, Frederick, I swap back and forth depending which angle is more convenient to cut at. What, so you don't just spin the plate? I just spin the plate. You just spin the plate?
You spin your plate around?
Yeah, sometimes I'll move the plate to get... Do you know what I mean?
I understand the concept. I think it's absurd.
So if you're cutting into so you got a steak, yeah? It's on one side of your plate, and on the other side is all your...
I'm switching over. I'm on YouTube. I'm switching over to Zoom so I can really see this live.
So you've got your steak, and the rest of your plate is taken up by sides. It could be a bit of salad, could be potatoes, mushroom, tomato. If you want to saute some sliced baby potatoes, it could be that.
Stop advertising your channel.
It could be that. So you might not always have enough room to if you're cutting it one way and then your next cut, because I'm quite methodical when I cut steak. I work my way through it. Or you have
incredible OCD.
So I then have to move my plate to get that perfect cutting angle. Do you know what I mean? Because I couldn't cut like that, could I?
You can spin the steak.
Or like that. No, but
you can spin.
It's going to make a mess of your plate.
What?
You took so much time and care cutting this steak precisely. You don't want to start... If you start spinning the steak... I can imagine your place setting at the table. It's full of... There's onions everywhere, all over the side. Bits of onion on the floor. Because you're like, I'm trying to spin my steak. And it's just splashing things everywhere.
Whatever meal I have, the first thing I do is just tip a load of onions over the table and go nuts. This is up there with Jay writing vertical.
No, come on. Someone else has got to be on there. You just turn your plate. That's why plates are round, mate. That's why plates are round.
That's not why plates are round.
That's why plates... Why is it... Why are plates not square?
It's not so that you can...
Why are plates not square?
Some plates are square.
Yeah, but only if you get them from one of them really tacky places.
I don't understand why you can't just spin the steak. It would take... It doesn't get bigger.
Yes.
I mean, I grant you, if you've got a rectangular strip,
yeah.
But all that's going to do is
flick onions
get
everywhere.
Some steak sauce. It's not going to flick onions everywhere. There's onions on it. They're not going to jump off.
I'm never inviting you to dinner. You make a right mess.
Good. I don't think I'll be able to eat.
Right mess.
Oh, DJ Crow on the dinner.
Tell you, I know people are going to back me up here. I know they are.
It's always interesting to see where the majority of the nerd camp comes down on these things.
So we're back on Thranduil. Nick says Old Thranduil is one of my top 3. Any model out of that white box council is gold. Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah.
Callum says someone
boy.
told me that US Americans hold their knife and fork normally while cutting food, but put their knife down and swap their fork over to eat. But that can't be sure truly. What?
Nick,
That's...
someone nominate Gardner.
Yeah, come on, set us straight. Nicholas says,
So
as opposed to the Canadian Americans. Josh says we get some sense out of Josh. He's quite read up, is Josh. Traditionally, if you eat with a knife and fork, the knife goes in the dominant hand, correct? And you've just got a fork. If you've just got a fork, that goes in the dominant hand. Yes, true that. I agree. As opposed to anyone from many other countries in America, says Callum. Frederick says, I always have my fork in my right hand. I'm right-handed and eating with my fork is my main action. Using the knife is only something I do in between. Only hold knives in right when cutting. So let me get this straight. There's some people pick the knife up and put the knife down as and when it's needed. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Have I read that right?
I've dropped an arm.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
I'm in trouble
Have
here.
you found it?
It's gone to the place where plectrums go.
Oh, mate. Oh, that's bad news.
Oh, no.
You got it?
It landed on a white bag.
Oh, so lucky.
Someone's looking down.
So lucky. So, are you listening now? Frederick said, I always have my fork in my right hand. Yeah? I'm right-handed and eating with my fork is my main action. Using a knife is only something to do in between. Only hold knives in right hand when cutting. So what he's saying is he swaps. If he's cutting, he'll have the knife in the right hand, and then when he's finished cutting, he'll swap over and...
He'd fit in at one of your dinners.
He wouldn't. That would not float. Wouldn't get past the front door. That would not get past the front door.
It's because no one could get in because you flicking all your onions off or you spin your plate around.
That's crazy. Nick.
So I see what you mean. No, I think I hold the two.
Yeah. Because then you can use your knife. You can use your knife to like
spin your steak. Yeah.
You know, to flick things up onto your fork or whatever. Do you know what I mean? As a stopper when when you're getting the sloppy stuff up. Nick Gardner says, I never switch my utensils while eating. How hard is it to lift the offhand to your face? Oh, right, yeah, I get you. Frederick says, like cutting vegetables, for example. This is new to me, Frederick. Lonely Brick says, I just use a spoon for every meal. Very smart man. Very smart man.
Use a spork. That's the only way that makes any sense.
It's jumped again. Oh, God.
Use a knife wrench.
There we go. Larry says, spoons are the best standard of cutlery. Yes, they are.
Oh, God, you got Larry started on spoons.
Larry Miller says, in an ideal world, I'd dual-wield sporfs whilst eating so I could change between pronging and cutting without having to swap hands.
I can't even get on to Larry's spoon thing.
Gets better.
We haven't got enough time in the world.
Anders says, back again, had to hop out for the last hour. We'll have to catch up on all the chocolate nonsense on replay. You're in for a shock, my friend. You are in for a shock. Sean Boy's dirty texting. That's exact. I text Damien Filth all the time.
It's quite upsetting. Keep going, Stephen, please stop with the messages. He goes, no, I've got another one for you.
You're such a liar. I'll be falling asleep, because I've got an early start. And I'll get a text at like 1 a.m. Have you got any of those? Pictures? You got anything for me, love?
That is a shocking untruth.
What people must be thinking about our relationship, eh?
Well, they're thinking exactly what you're telling me.
Nick says, I don't know what it takes to get on an SBG podcast. Tim Hines started one, and I'm not on it, and there's only 2 of us who play in Syracuse. Well, you've been on this one. You've been on this one.
Who's that, Nick Gardner?
Yeah, you've been on this one, my friend.
Is this an SPG podcast?
Get on Zoom. We'll get you on.
God, the way these kits go together, the way that... So a bit of his arm... Oh, I'll swap back over to C-Cam. So you can see a blurry bit of grey and nothing else. So we've got Sagrima. Not any better. So We've got Grima here.
Yeah.
And then you've just got this tiny little arm, which is actually his. I'll put it down there. You got his sleeve, and then this is a hand on the pommel of the dagger. Yeah. And then the way when you pop it on, I know this is going to be a bit out of focus. Oh, that looks right, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's good.
When it pops on, it's almost like a magnet. The way it just clicks in there.
Yeah. Until you put a bit of glue on it.
And then
and then for love nor money, it won't go where it's supposed to go. And you're trying your hardest.
That is just, and that then could be one piece, right? You can't even see a join on that.
It's right.
Just amazing.
It's in the fold, isn't
it? So clever. So clever.
Where are we?
Oh, I've dropped it. Oh no, I've dropped the other one.
You've seen it here first. You've seen it here first. Jeez.
It's landed on the same.
Get out of it.
What a time to be alive.
Is the floor underneath your hobby desk as much of a shithole as mine is? If I drop anything off there, which happens frequently, it's gone.
It's not ideal.
It's gone.
I did. It's not a room that gets hoovered regularly, but I did have a big hoover. Charlotte stayed in here a couple of weeks ago. She likes to have, since lockdown, we've been giving her sleepovers in different rooms of the house as a fake treat.
Yeah.
And she said, "Can I have a sleepover in your room?" I was like, "Oh, for God's sake, it's not easy." And so we got the planter, the sofa out, which is sofa beds. We had to move this table and all that. And so we stayed in here, and I took that as an opportunity to have a proper hoover of bits that may not have been hoovered potentially ever. It's not a room that needs hoovering.
No, hobby room's not meant to be hoovered. Too much good stuff will get hoovered up.
Exactly. I crawled around on hands and knees with my torch before I hoovered.
Just checking.
There's good stuff down here. Didn't find anything, obviously.
Michael Haskell says, last lucky stream he forgot to switch a camera back, and I think someone had to post a message to a group where someone would have a mobile number to ring Lucky's other half and have to go and tell him. It's easily done. I mean, we started the stream tonight.
I've dropped it again. I've dropped his foot now.
No, that's...
the foot's smaller and it's not on the bag.
Oh, no. Why do you keep dropping stuff, mate?
I mean, these kits go together well, but they make you work for it. Oh, God, I can't see this one.
Oh, it's grim.
His foot's the smallest bit.
They should make the sprues out of luminous plastic, shouldn't they? So that when you drop things...
You don't want to move... You don't want to move anything too far in case that then...
You don't want to roll your chair back in case it's under the wheel. Yeah, I've been there, mate. We've all been there.
I got it.
You got it. I tell you what, you're pretty successful at finding stuff.
I mean, that really does... Yeah, I'm better than you.
Yeah, definitely.
That really does look like just a bit of off-cut sprue as well. That's foot. Be careful when you assemble your greener kiddies.
Larry says, if it is the stick though, why is he lumped in with butchers and bakers? They're both suppliers of goods you'd need regular, while surely you'd only book candlesticks very rarely if you're old ones. And then he puts broke or something.
Well, this is an era. Well, it's an era before electricity, so you probably need more candlesticks than you need now.
What do you need more? Candles? Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Yes, before electricity, you would need more candlesticks than you need today.
True that.
I'm sticking to that one.
Your candle's sticking to it.
We.
Pavlot says, I've made almost no progress since the start of the stream. Welcome to the club, my friend.
What happens?
Had to rebase caught about 4 times already. Damn freehand. Oh,
I thought it was because you were worried about stairwells and candlesticks.
Hamdizzle says, flagging greatly. We'll catch up tomorrow. Peace, people. Peace out, brother. Stay safe.
Okay.
Josh says, it's probably due to changes in the sculpting. The newer plastics tend to be smaller than the older ones. Part of the reason the plastic knights of Dolomroth are too small. Excuse me, I think he's talking about shields. Paplock, Australian Bilbo diving off the Mirkwood spiders like, now this is a knife.
You call that a knife?
Crocodile Dundee, yeah, Crocodile
What a
Dundee.
legend.
Frederick also, so not only does Frederick swap hands, put the knife down when he's not using it, he also spins the plate. Nick Gardner is a plate spinner too. Get in, boys. Stephen Sparks, got to get back to work. Great content as always. Let us know where that is and we'll watch it. Guys, we'll catch the rest later. Stay safe and healthy, everyone. Take care, man.
Great content on this other channel I've been watching during the stream.
Paplot says, I spin the plate when placing it down. Once it's ready, I'm not moving it. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You line it up right and then you just go and go nuts at that.
Crazy. Larry says, just swap your cutlery. Frederick, I can, you can cut steak. Will's laughing. Frederick, spin the plate, it's normal. Joe Holzman, while I'm on board with spinning a plate, but Steve's description of how to cut a steak sounds like a psychopath. Listen, I am a very, like, you know what? People have noticed my whole life, not my whole life, but it's happened on a few occasions. People have commented on the way that I cut food on my plate.
And women.
That even when I was first seeing Anna, we went out to a restaurant somewhere and I got a lasagna and she was looking at me and she was like, why are you cutting your lasagnas so neatly? So I was like, what? How else am I supposed to cut it?
Steve, I'm going to give you a big piece of life advice, right?
Go on.
This is going to change everything you've ever known and believed. So just sit comfortably, right?
Go on.
If anyone in your life, let alone multiple people, have commented on the way you cut things, you're doing it wrong.
No, let me tell you what. I've got the answer to that. The answer to that is people are idiots. That's the answer. We know this, right? You know, it's that mob mentality, isn't it?
Sometimes bear in mind, like, believing in gravity is also the mob mentality.
It's like the flat Earth believers. Do you know what I mean? They're all wrong, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, but you could say the spherical Earth believers. Yeah, they're all right.
Of course,
and there's more of them.
And a plate's spherical, and it spins. It's like the way of the universe, mate. It's the way of the universe. Spin it.
Right.
There you go.
There's a joke where a woman's waiting for a.
You know what the joke is?
Husband.
Some people don't spin the plate.
This woman's waiting for her husband to come home from work, right? And she's watching the news, and she sees that on the road he travels home on he's on the M1. You see there's a maniac driving on his route. He's going the wrong way down the road, and he's driving down. So she freaks out and she rings her husband and goes, "Look, I've got to warn you. Right, on the road you're driving down, there's a guy driving the wrong way." And he goes, "There's not just one, there's hundreds of them." You're the one.
No. Josh says, yes, definitely another vote for turning the plate like a normal human being. Get in. Frederick says, spin the steak and the plate. Jeez. That's asking for trouble.
Everything would just be in the same place, right?
Joe Achilles says, the mental picture of Damien surrounded by mounted onions everywhere is haunting. I could just see at the end of dinner time, Emma has to walk behind him and undo his bib.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Come on, onions, onions, onions.
Oh, excuse me.
If anyone out there with kids maybe watches Moon and Me, I'm basically Mr. Onion. Onions, onions.
Oh, it's just jumped again. Jeez.
What the hell is that bit?
What is that?
Oh my god, it's the tip of the staff.
I'm glad you said that. So.
Oh, good luck with this. Don't want to drop the arms and the feet.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen when I get to that?
Oh yeah, that's a nightmare. Yeah, there's two of them.
That's the tip of Saruman's staff.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've obviously already got away with this on the mounted one and blocked it out, and then that's the fabulous Christopher Lee hand.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly Gav Newton actually studied Christopher Lee's fingers, didn't he, for this?
Yeah.
He had a screenshot of Christopher Lee's hand ready for when he was sculpting it.
It's crazy. Crazy stuff.
Crazy.
Aaron says, spin the plate here as well. Spinning the stake is heresy. True, true, true. Frederick says, great new t-shirt idea. DJ Steve spinning the plates. Green Tree, I've turned up extremely late, but I know I'm in the right place as we are discussing plate spinning to help eat steak.
What you came for?
Yeah, man. Larry says, I always keep them in hand. I just swap as a necessity. Will Rab, DJ Steve on the steaks. Tim McKnight. I'm right-handed, and I definitely swap the fork into my left hand when I need to cut. Why would you not just leave it in your left hand all the time? Why do you swap? It's craziness. It's crazy.
Doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Then you are very small.
Very small. Will says, I'm surprised no one has brought this up. If you look at knives, here we go. They have the teeth on the right side of the knife because they're meant to be held in the left hand. You slightly angle the knife, but surely you could slightly angle it the opposite way in your right hand, right?
Read it again.
That doesn't hold up for me. Will, I'm not having that. So Will Rab says, I'm surprised no one has brought this up. If you look at knives, they have the teeth on the right side of the knife because they are meant to be held in the left hand. You slightly angle the knife. I know what he means because I've seen it.
When he's saying the right side of the knife, does he mean you've got the flat blade of a knife, right?
Yeah.
This is the only knife I've got.
So if this was a knife,
right. Quick over to CCAM. So we've got the flat blade of the knife, right?
Yeah.
So is he saying that? I know this should really be rectangular for a dinner knife, but is he saying that we've got the looking at it now, the right side is obviously here.
Yeah.
So he's saying the blades are down the right side here, which obviously is madness because then you just do that.
No.
The blades down
What he means,
or is he saying that they're on this side of the flat?
So they're cut into that side, yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to being on this side of the flat.
Yeah. But
then how would you describe that as the right or the left? I don't see how that one side.
I suppose as you're looking down at it from the top, you've got a right side and a left side, haven't you?
I'm not. If you do that.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from the bottom, then, aren't you? Now we're opening another can of worms, which is the top and which is the bottom of a knife blade.
Okay.
This could get messy. Could get messy.
Rabbit hole.
So the teeth cut into what you're cut. Yeah, well, I'm not on board with that. Not on board with that because I think if we've made stairwells, if stairwells are made for right-handed people, knives are definitely made for right-handed people who hold it in the right hand. Frederick says, I don't swap knife and fork. I keep my knife in my left hand. I hold my knife. Hang on. I keep my knife in my left hand. I hold my knife in my right hand only when cutting. That's how can you have that many contradictions in one sentence? I don't swap. I only swap. Oh, Frederick, you just cracked me up.
I don't want to talk about it. I genuinely think we're about 34. I think we're about 37 at the start. There's a group of people who tune in for this every week, who love this, who stick around for it, which is wonderful. But equally, imagine how many people tuned into this.
Imagine people have never.
I'll give that stream a go.
Yeah, never
And
tuned in.
This has been 20 minutes of talking about knives. Like, why are we here?
Oh, jeez. Frederick, that cracks me up. That comment. I don't swap my knife and fork.
Don't read it again.
I keep my knife in my left hand. So you keep it in your left hand. You're keeping it in your left hand at this stage. But then he says, I hold my knife in my right hand, so you have swapped it. That's a cracker. It's a cracker, that. And then we move on. Frederick
I don't
says,
like my knives half as much as they deserve. I like less than half of my knives, half as much as they deserve.
I'm dying here. So he also says, when cutting onions, etc., I have the knife in the right hand, yes. When eating, it's always in the left hand. Never put it down. You misinterpreted my comment. I've misinterpreted all of it, I think. Yeah. Larry says, alas, I can't find anywhere that makes left-handed sporfs, so I only have right-handed ones, and thus can't properly dual wield. Need to get a 3D printer for that, mate. Calamar, is that dirty Damien voice, D? Just did how he thinks all Southerners sound. What I did? Did I do a Damien voice?
No. I did a good Steve voice earlier.
I probably did. Mr. Adam Garnett is in. He says, evening lads. How you doing, Adam? Hope you are well.
So many questions.
Larry says, Damien, the game is afoot.
Why is he? That's a Sherlock quote. Why is he?
Because you had
Did we say something about Sherlock?
No, but you had your foot up before, and you dropped a foot.
That was hours ago.
And you dropped a foot.
Oh, I dropped a foot. It's more likely to be that.
Yeah.
I did drop a foot. Found it there.
Joe says, Damien doing his best to continue the ambi-sinistrous theme of the episode. Dropping things. Adam says, and chat, everyone well.
Just got that.
Lonely Brick says, maybe this could be a new game. Damien points his camera under the table and we all help him look for bits of plastic.
Right, if you want. See what's as well.
Oh, here we go. This is a. Joe says, have you ever tried to light a candle that's not been held up by anything?
What? What? What?
Oh, it's just jumped again.
I don't even know if that's a real question.
Adam says, how goes the Saruman painting? Not very well, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm assembling. Although actually, it's actually gone terribly badly because I've so far cleaned up and assembled Grima and a Palantir. I'm on Saruman now though.
I've not done anything.
I'm having a great time though. I'm having a really good time. Which is obviously the primary point.
Yeah. Paplot says, being a veteran of Spot the Difference really helps with finding the drop pieces. Just imagine your carpet floor being clean, then compare to what you see before you dropped piece of Oh, jeez.
My God, I never considered that strategy.
What you need to do is, when you do hoover up, is take a picture and sellotape it to the inside of your desk.
That is incredible. Yeah, because the carpet in here is one of those slightly, I don't know what you call it, textured or pebbled, or there's different browns in it and stuff. So it's not one flat colour. Oh, that's magnificent.
Joe says that's how you burn down houses. Oh, is that to do with lighting a candle that's not been held up for anything?
Yeah, probably.
Larry says you'd need candles often, but how often would you need a new stand for one? Yeah, you'd need candles more than a stand.
Yeah.
How did that not make sense before?
No, this is when me and you were talking about, and I was saying that you would need more candlesticks than you back in today than you do today.
But not more candlesticks than candles.
No, of course.
Nick Gardner says, all right, mateys, I have to cut out and get my Games of Legion in tonight and go to town on Chocolate Orange. Have fun, man. Hope you do well.
Let us know how it goes.
Callum says, did people carry candlesticks around? Maybe people kept leaving them in pubs. That's what I'd do. Saturday and Sunday walks of shame to the candlestick maker every week. Paplock, Greema would know a thing or two about candlesticks. Ask him, Damien. When he holds the candlestick over the bomb.
What does he say? What could move stone? Is it? What could induce stone? Isn't it? What could induce stone? He says, like, he says to him, he's all like, "Oh, you got a bomb, great." He goes, "Yeah, but it would take thousands to storm the keep." And Saruman goes, "Tens of thousands." And he goes, "Yeah, but there isn't an army." And he goes, "Pop out here." And there are 10,000 Uruk-hai lined up outside.
Making loads of noise that you couldn't hear 2 minutes
ago. Yeah, and Greema's like, "Stop. Hang on. There's not a lot to do in Orthang. You must have seen 1,000 of them. 2,000, 3. You must have known at some point something was going on out there.
They might have been hid behind that little rock.
There's no way, mate. Or do you reckon he did it when he was asleep? He was like, "Yeah, guys, Greema's asleep."
Yeah, loads of Uruk-hai sneaking.
Out now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just, if you watch the extended version, Greema walks into that scene like this. Oh, you're all right.
Oh dear. Where are we? Joe says, I think the bigger question is, why do you need to cut a lasagna? Side of the fork's good enough.
I'd still use a knife.
Yeah, I'm civilised, man. I'm civilised, Joe. Civilised. I know you don't look it, but I am. Mike, I'm watching you. Michael Haskell says, I hoovered my youngest Warhammer full bedroom a few weeks ago, and now there is a message on the notice board to remind me to sift through the Hoover bag contents when it's changed.
That is wretched.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You couldn't pay me enough to sift through a Hoover bag. That's full of spider demons.
Yeah. The amount of dead skin in that Hoover bag.
Yeah, I'll buy you a new version of whatever you lost.
Joe says, can't you just turn the knife over?
Well, yeah, exactly. It was caught up.
People don't want to drop this knife, man. This is going to be the topic to the end, I'm telling you. Aaron says to Paplock, loving the look of your Rohan Warriors, man. Just seen your post on Insta. Tim McKnight says, time to pick my son up from soccer practice. I think you guys call it football, but that's something else here. I'll watch the rest later. Yes,
Tim, it's 11:15 at night, mate. You're late.
You're correct. It is called football here because we use our feet to kick the ball, and we don't use our hands. And you guys call it football, but you carry the ball in your hands mostly.
And you stop a lot.
Yeah, is that correct? Is that what you're saying? I'm only kidding. Paplock says, cheers, glad to hear that. Oh. And he says, super happy with how it turned out. And Paplock says, SC in Schultz stands for swapping cutlery, I'm sure of it. Oh no.
Is that what SC Home Improvements is? Swapping cutlery.
Mr. SRA13 says, could be worse, and welcome, Mr. SRA13. I don't think I've seen your name in the chat before. Azog doesn't have a choice. Could be worse. Azog.
Love that. This is, you're right, I don't think he's ever been in. He's in, right, I'm into this. This is my sort of jam.
When we spoke for about 15 seconds about Azog's face, and then for an hour about knives and sporks. Callum says, to be fair, Frederick, I think he means he only uses a... Oh, to be fair to Frederick, I think he only means he uses a knife in his right hand when preparing veg. Right.
Who knows? Who knows?
And then Frederick says, when I'm only cutting something and not eating something, I hold my knife in the right hand like when I'm cutting onions. He says, then he tells me off, Steve, pay attention to what I actually wrote. Sorry, man. I am a little bit drunk, you know. Josh says, the top of the knife, the blunt bit for an eating knife, is called the spine. Look down directly over the spine with the point away from you. 2 comments here. Character count is restrictive. Frederick says, I'm writing about cutting,
I can't go
not
into-
eating. Oh dear. Gosh, this is the best stream ever.
Oh, so I think what you said when you was talking about swapping and not swapping,
Yeah.
that was only when like chopping things. I think he said,
Yeah,
like
so-
chopping an onion,
so-
not when eating a meal.
Yeah, so what I would say is, in food prep, you cut you cut with right, and in consumption you cut with left.
This would be a banging topic for your first ever can't cook
I know, yeah.
live stream, wouldn't it? Wasted over here.
Josh says that gives you left and right. Now see where the serrations are.
Serrations.
Joe says, actually, I've got to agree with Frederick. Knife in the right hand only when cutting, like preparing. Knife in the left when eating, including cutting my meal. No. Joe says, I have to pop away for a few, as the wife just called us to dinner. I will provide a full report of which my entire family holds their knives and forks. Stay tuned.
I keep sitting there thinking, click.
Frederick says, guys, I'm not swapping cutlery. Steve's missing. Oh my god.
Poor Frederick. Poor Frederick.
Damien, please read my comments.
Steve can't read. He can't keep a plate still, and he can't read. Like,
oh dear! If we can't get if we can't get this issue resolved, I might have to post some pictures on the Facebook thread.
Obviously, but it's true, man.
If I don't see pictures on the Facebook thread of people holding cutlery, I'll be upset. Oh gosh. There we go. Paplot says the singular tear out of Mr. Durif's eye was a great motif. During the Uruk's challenge. Oh yeah, Grima.
Oh yeah.
It's cracked me up, that, Frederick. You've cracked me up there, my friend. Larry says, my point was, why would a candlestick maker be lumped in with other weekly shop types when surely candlesticks would be a relatively rare purchase compared to bread and meat?
Glad we've gone back to that.
It's like I don't know which one is the least Middle Earth SBG.
I do have like at some point, if this is just all the chats that's ended into, I've got at least one topic that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Like a serious, and you can just see if our view count suddenly spirals downwards. Is this a good sign?
Yeah.
Because remember an hour ago I said, I've got one more thing, but just catch up on the chat.
Yeah.
And then Forkgate happened.
Yep.
So the other thing I did this week, hobby-wise, was catalogue my collection.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
So I've gone through. I've been tracking everything I do this year, every model I paint and every model I buy.
Yeah.
In the hope that I paint and sell more models than I buy, which would reduce my ratio.
Paint and sell.
And in the back. Yeah.
He's selling models.
Well, that was my pledge that I will do. So
okay.
If I don't paint them enough, I have to sell stuff because I'll sell stuff that I'm never going to paint. You know, if I want to bring in more, that's the only way I'll ever win this battle, right?
Yeah.
If you buy more than you paint and sell, you're worse off at the end of the year. Yeah, you know, in terms of unpainted ratio, you might be better off in terms of collection.
Yes.
And so that was what I've been trying to do this year. I've been kind of keeping tabs on it and all that. And I realised that it's easy to do just by the year, but I'd actually quite like to know what ratio of my collection was painted by the end. Not just have I improved it, but it was this and now it's this. And obviously the only way I can do that is properly catalogue my collection. And also it's interesting to find out what you've got, and it's useful in terms of, you know, when stuff comes up on trade groups and you're like, I'm not sure if I've got that or if it's buried in a cupboard somewhere. And my collection is relatively physically condensed. Like it's not in a garage with 5,000 boxes. There's about 7 figure cases up here.
Yeah.
there's a really big box full of unpainted models. There's a small box of unpainted models up there, and there's my kind of cabinet, and there's a desk drawer. It's pretty much that. They're not spread out, so it was kind of I was quite easily able to go downstairs and take like a case down every night in front of the telly and catalogue it. And I finished.
Crazy stuff. Was it?
Have a guess.
I won't even.
How many models do you think I own? I've been properly collecting it and playing with it since 2010. So it's about 10 years.
Let me think. Let me try an educated guess. So 10 years.
Yeah, but I had stuff from back in today.
Yeah, so
but, I didn't have a lot.
So 10 years. So roughly how many models would you buy a year? Let's say I'm gonna say 700.
Yeah, I own 700.
Yeah.
Okay, and how many do you think were painted?
Half that.
You think in 10 years, you think I've painted 350 models?
Yeah.
What do you think yours is?
No.
Because you say that you've got everything, right?
Yeah.
So how are you? I'm curious to know what level of inadvertent smack talk this is. I reckon your collection's about a tenth of the size of mine. What do you think?
It is pretty sickening how many I've got. I don't know. I mean, just on that top shelf there's got to be.
It's a magazine.
There's got to be. Jeez, there's got to be 100 models just on that shelf.
You've got 100 models on your top shelf.
There's got to be. Yeah, easy.
I'm just surprised you still got them all.
Man. Oh, them models.
There it is. It's happening.
Hey. And I still have got them all. Oh God, mate, I don't know. Like honestly, I wouldn't even. I reckon I probably own a couple of thousand.
Mhm.
I reckon.
I suspect you might own more than that.
Do you think? I don't know.
Because I own. I realised I've forgotten a few. I think I need to add about 20 to this.
Excuse me.
That is dreadful behaviour. If I add 20, which is the models in a box, I suddenly was like, oh, what about them? I own just shy of 1,600 models.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You said 700 for me.
Yeah.
It's more than double that.
I think it's that easy to make.
There's no way you've only got 2,000.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I probably wouldn't have even said a couple of thousand if I didn't look at my Isengard shelf, which is relatively new, and has easily got a couple of 100 models on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just Isengard. Underneath is Rohan, which is stupid. Harad. And these are stuff that's on my shelf. This isn't even stuff that's in the boxes. The unpainted stuff. Yeah, that's probably a lot. It's probably thousands. It's one of those figures you don't really want to know.
But I thought, conversely, because I know your collection is absolutely massive, when I heard it was 1,600, I was like, that's all right, actually. I was like, I thought mine was going to be more than that.
Right.
I was like, that's not too bad. So now, you said after that painted, you said 700 after that painted. Do you reckon I painted off?
Yeah.
I'm not far off at all. I've painted 763 models. So I'm about 30 behind, which I was really, really quite pleasantly surprised by.
Yeah.
And I've done a lot of that stuff of saying, I'll never paint all these models in the time, that I'm alive. But that implies that I only need another 10 years if they never release another model.
And you never buy anything else.
Yeah.
Which is
unlikely.
So
763 models painted I've got. So it's about, I don't know, roughly 80 a year.
It's crazy stuff. I'm quite surprised how I underestimated. I don't know, maybe I'm in denial. I've had it over my hobby life. I've had a couple of occasions where I've thought maybe I just need to scale down because there's stuff I know there's stuff I am never going to touch as long as I live because stuff keeps coming out. If they stop producing models, I might one day get to the point where I paint everything I own.
Well, I got rid of that stuff when the new edition came out.
Yeah.
So I kind of, it doesn't really work like this, because I got cash in and I spent it with my bank or whatever. But I had a big sell up before the new edition came out, and I got rid of things that I thought, be honest with yourself, you'll never get to this.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that deep a cut, if I'm honest. I still got to get, I didn't get rid of anything I wasn't comfortable getting rid of. But that was a real kind of, no, this isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I did. Now, even when I went through everything, so I found like 800 unpainted models, but all of them I was like, there's a chance of me painting that.
Yeah.
There's a chance of that being the next project, sort of saying, because also my hobbits, a hobby vlog might have just landed, which might have something to do with hobbits in it.
Yeah.
But I've got 100 hobbits, and I'm kind of working on them now.
Yeah.
And if I paint them all, which is certainly the plan, that's suddenly then 900 painted models and only 700 unpainted. Because the wonderful thing about this is that as I paint them, the unpainted models actually goes down. You see, it's not just that the painted ones goes up; the unpainted goes down.
Yeah, I'll never get to the end. I'll never ever get to the end. And
that's where I thought I was, but then I've changed my mind now.
No,
but obviously,
I know. Unless I cut some stuff out, I'll never get to the end. And like I said, I have tried it a few times. I think it was a 600 or 700 point Carned army. You remember when Carned was like hen's teeth and you couldn't get it?
Yeah.
And as much as I really wanted to paint it, I just thought it's never going to be up there on my priority list. It's never going to get done. So I sold it, and instantly, as soon as I handed it over, this feeling of dread and regret just engulfed me, and then I ended up buying it all back in bits, and probably ended up paying more for it than what I sold it for.
The same army, or
yeah, I think it is like an OCD thing.
You bought it back off the person who sold it to you?
No. Then I just sort of built it back up in bits, buying the odd horseman here and the odd infantryman here and a Cardish king and chariots and things. And now that was I think the first Ardacon when I handed it over, and I bought it all back over this probably period of about 12 months. And it's up in the attic space in my man cave in a cardboard box. Not been looked at since. I didn't need to buy it back. Like I should have just rode that wave of regret out, and I'd have been all right and been richer.
I think I've dropped his arm. Oh.
This guy.
It's a bigger arm though. I'm not too worried about this one.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
Well, landed on the bag.
The bag.
God bless the wizard's sleeve.
Can't beat a wizard's sleeve. I've tried. So I am going to look in the Facebook group in a minute and get that up on screen so we can all have a gander, because I'm sure there's plenty of fun stuff on there. I'm going to jump quickly back into the chat because we do need to try and get to the bottom of the chat. Josh says, here's the real question: knife, fork, both, or neither for pizza? Easy. If I'm at home,
What? Pizza?
pizza. If I'm at home, I'll eat it with my hands. If I'm in a restaurant, I'll eat it with a knife and fork.
I completely agree.
Larry says, how would you eat a pizza with just a knife? You stab it, mate. Stab it.
How'd you cut a pizza, Steve?
Well, your pizza should already be cut when you get it.
Yeah, if you've cooked it and you need to cut it.
Yeah, I don't know. Use a pizza cutter.
Scissors, mate.
Yeah,
Absolute life hack.
But do you know what? Like, I don't disagree, and I've tried it, and it works fine. I just like the fact that I can pretend I work in a pizza shop when it comes out of the oven and cut it with a pizza roller. It's just a weird thing. I enjoy it. Callum says both in a restaurant, neither anywhere else. Yes, correct. Lonely Brick. Maybe candlesticks were disposable back then, like how you sometimes get disposable plastic cups at events these days.
I think candles are. Oh, candlesticks.
Candlesticks,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure candles are disposable.
Pavlov says once the candle burns out, you throw the candlestick out and get a new one along with a new candle. No. I don't know. And since there's no electricity in the Middle Ages, everybody burned through candles like crazy.
It doesn't have to be the Middle Ages.
How else would they light up their desks when painting miniatures?
A few hundred years ago.
I was going to say, yeah, 100 years ago, you won't be far off. Anders says, missed the start of the whole knife chat, so this last 30 minutes has been total nonsense. Mate, it was total nonsense at the start.
I don't think it's just nonsense if you missed the start.
Frederick says, thank you to Joe Holzman. Anders says, but I'm going to be real aware of how I use my knife and fork for dinner tonight. Make sure you keep us updated, Anders. Larry says, I think a great topic for his first cooking stream would be everyone's favourite Saruman model. Adam says, you could be classy and just use your hands instead. Michael Haskell, eating etiquette. Clearly a new YouTube channel for Steve to get up and running. Obs. Don't jump.
Just for anyone who's enjoying Dropgate, I'm currently on Saruman's hand and the tip of his staff. If these ones goes, then they are never coming back.
Do you know what? Do you want a little tip that I do with stuff that's that small?
I can't even see him on the desk.
Do you know what you should do? Get a toothpick,
right,
with a little bit of blue tack on the end, and just dink, get it on there, and use that rather than try and hold it with your fingers.
What? Just use it to like wave it around, or
so you got a toothpick. Yeah. You put a blob of blue tack on the end. Yeah. So the end of the staff, that little bit of the staff, you just press the blue tack onto it, so you've got it on the end of your thing. You put your dab of glue on it, and then press it on.
Oh, I see. As a gluing device. Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you just meant as a kind of like lifestyle choice.
No.
I'll whack a toothpick, blue tack, tip of the staff, off you go for the night.
Yep. The new glow sticks. New glow sticks. Larry says, annoyingly, I was eating my dinner earlier in the stream. I could have got some action photos. Are we going to talk about the boob box now? The infamous boob box from your Facebook picture.
Yeah, it's downstairs.
It's got boobs in it?
Yeah, do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, of course I do.
So the big box of models I put up as the visual image when I was talking about cataloguing my collection, and it's looking top down into this box, and there's a box that had boob written on it, but no one talks about the box that had like Sauron written on it.
No.
But yeah, all the white boxes I would write
in marker.
In a big sort of pen what's in them, because
terrible handwriting.
It's because I'm right-handed.
It's because you're writing horizontally.
And one of them did humorously say boob, but Stephen.
Yes.
What was inside the box that said boob?
Barrels out of Bond.
Indeed, barrels out of Bond. It's quite good fun going back through and finding these models that some of them are like 9 years old. I've had them for or whatever, and going, oh, I do have that, and Death of Gothmog. Oh, that's quite cool.
Yeah.
And kind of having and you also you kind of have to open every box that's not. Every box that isn't in its cellophane, just to check the models are in there or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was quite nice seeing those barrels, and I was kind of like, oh, maybe I should paint these. No! But that's a gorgeous set. It's an absolutely gorgeous
it's cool. Set. It's cool.
I know Ben picked them up because he, during that Thorns Company video we did, I was saying if you are even the slightest bit interested in buying them, buy them.
Yeah.
Because they must be high up on a list of potential removed from the ranges. They're so niche and so specific.
Yeah, I totally agree. And they are really nice models. I've got them. I'm the same as you. I've had them sat there since they were released, and just never painted them because I don't know. Just what I wanted to. Do you know what? I'm turning this top-down camera off because I'm not going to end up painting anything. Turn it off. I thought I want to paint them when I know I'm going to do a good job of them, and I just never got around to painting them. I don't think I ever will. Who knows?
Really?
Who knows?
I think I will. I think I will do them at some point because I love Thorin's Company so much.
Yeah, I might paint the barrel. I might paint the barrels.
Just the barrel.
I'll paint the barrels. Dry brush browns. If in doubt, paint it brown. Aaron says, have either of you guys ever played the Game of Thrones tabletop game? I would, but the rules seem so dim-witted. I wish it was more like Middle-earth SPG. I think there would be more players. No, Jay plays it. And people that do play it have said it's a very good game. The problem I've got with it is the models are great, and a lot of the models, the scale is very similar to Middle-earth. There's a lot of models that would fit right in. Like there's like Ranger type models on horses that would fit right in for Rangers of the North on horses. The reason I don't play it is because it's mass battle and the amount of miniatures you'd have to paint just to be able to play it is insane. The models are really nice. The models are really nice, and I think they're all one-piece plastic as well, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, they're all really good looking models.
Yeah, they're very cool. Very cool.
Is the tip of the staff reversible? Or
no, but I was going to ask you this when you showed me your sprue. Have you definitely put the right tip on the right staff?
Oh, don't say that.
On your mounted one, because they are different.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know now. I think I can make this one fit.
Yeah.
But whether or not maybe that is the issue. It doesn't fit. I don't know. I can't tell whether this is just down to kind of very specific positioning, or if I've got the wrong one. Yeah?
I'm sure it'll be all right.
I think it's the right one.
If I remember correctly, like the every other part of the model slotted together really nice, but that was quite odd.
Yeah, I mean, now you say that, I do genuinely remember this bit being fiddly on the mounted one as well.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what the rationale for that being a separate part is. It's like the foot.
Yeah, it's odd. It is odd. But what do we know? Josh.
A lot of that knives and forks.
Not a lot. Josh says, Josh Crosby that is, says, the combination of candlestick maker with the two other trades needs to be more interpreted as implying they are equivocal in terms of frequency and of demand. Perhaps this is intended as a, is it tricolon crescents? Is that how you'd say it? Josh Crosby. Hence, the candlestick maker stands out as unusual for poetic effect. Maybe it's getting very deep. It's deep, this candlestick conversation. It's very deep. Ginelmo, after the thread on the group, I went to the SBG inventory website. Someone linked and put in every model I own so I can see the percentages and also what scenarios where I own.
Yeah, Nick Bramwell linked to that. I had no idea that website even existed.
Yeah, I didn't know that existed. That was crazy.
I didn't go onto it. I didn't also understand. Like, I mean, I didn't do too much dwelling, but there was. I went onto. I want to say, maybe like the Ruffians page or something. But it was some sort of fairly niche evil faction, and it said something like, and it could not be Ruffians. I'm not saying it's right for this, but it said like, you know, Sharky, Bill Fernie, Sid Briarthorne, the other one, Rowan Thistlewood, Worm, and then it said 44 Ruffians. You know, it said how many you need. There was a thing for how many you need, and it was like 44 of the warriors.
Yeah.
And I didn't really understand what that column was.
Was that to play the scenario in question, or?
I mean, there wasn't a scenario linked to it, but yeah, maybe it is that. Maybe it is to play all the scenarios in the journey books or something like that. It could be something like that.
Yeah.
It's not a bad shout.
Maybe. Paplot says the only reason why I catalogue my models is to see which ones I'm still missing. I'm on a constant hunt for them. Mr. SRA 13, some Paplot. Sometimes I forget I already have some, so cataloguing it is vital. He says true. Aaron says I recently did a stock take of my models, like at Paplock. It's so I can see what I have, so I can then try and find some bargains. I've done that loads. I've bought models thinking, well, I've not got many of them, and I might build that army one day, and I buy them and then got to put them in that army specific box and see that there's already about 50 of them in there.
I did it with Arwen. I had an absolute brain fart with Arwen for years, where Arwen on horse and Arwen with Frodo on horse. And I want to say I can't even for the life of me, I've got them both now. I can't remember which way around it was. I think I bought 3 Arwen on Frodo with Frodo's on horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need that. And then I was like, no, I need Arwen on horse. And it happened like 3 times. Like, stop buying the one.
Joe says, I've been keeping a spreadsheet of my models I own for years. Makes it easier to know what I need to buy when planning a new project. Paplot says, speaking of bargains, I've never been as fast as when I'd see a full I've never been as fast as when I'd see a full Isengard troll for 15 quid. Oh, you mean to buy it?
Not the metal one,
and he says to Mr. SRA 13, no, the bow chariot is a mistake in the collector's guide. Larry says, wouldn't you risk getting pizza in the mechanism?
Is that talking about scissors or pizza?
Yeah, it must be scissors. Must be scissors, yeah.
The mechanism? I mean, yeah, but then my kitchen scissors.
For your pizza cutting scissors.
That's just the risk they play in their daily life, sadly.
Living life on the edge. Joe Holzman says, currently on 491 painted and 1,066 owned, so 46% painted. Paplot says, the guide got me fooled with the Uruk Ballista crew Uruks. Oh, man. Don't do this to me. Oh, what? Where's it gone? Oh, come on, this is not good.
His hand's like a little spider.
Mr. SRA, yeah, he's just talking to Paplot. Joe says, assemble over an open box. Anything drop falls into the box and it's easy to find. That would mean that he'd have to get off his backside and go and find a box.
I haven't got any space for a box.
No space. Joe says, I've never done it, but I've seen it suggested a lot. He says Joe says as he's looking for a spare tip he's just dropped. Larry Miller, I need to get a second set as I've cut up some of my first. What was that about? Oh, the barrels are Bond. And he says also serious.
It'll be to put Thorin somewhere.
Serious question. He says this is from Larry.
Ooh.
Did you realise you were writing boob as you wrote it, or did you innocently write the abbreviation, then only notice after the picture went out?
I think it's somewhere between the two. I think I wrote it innocently, but then once I'd written it, I was astute enough a few years ago to go.
Chuckle to yourself.
Boob.
Boob.
I put it back in the box, but I didn't think about it when I took the photo. If that makes sense. I didn't know if I didn't think I was flaunting the GBHL's profanity guidelines.
And Larry says the staff tips aren't different. They even have the same number on the sprue. Yes, they do. I remember that. But you know what? I will slightly disagree. And it might just have been the way the tips on the sprue I had were printed off. But I tried to put the tip on the mounted one first, and it didn't seem to fit right.
Yeah. Well,
so I tried the other one, and it did.
Oh, and it did. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, which was very odd.
Because I remember it feeling like.
It had a wobble. Did it have a wobble to it? So it didn't sit in.
Yeah, it did. It didn't sit flush.
Yeah, but then when I put the other one on, it did. So, Lonely Bricks says, and he's numbered. He's 2 comments, and he's numbered them 1 and 2. So, Lonely Brick, comment 1. I've been
Read
counting
one
my
first.
models recently too. Still a bit of Lord of the Rings to count, but unpainted Middle Earth 277. Other stuff I'm about halfway counted 783. Kickstarter plastic 605. Number 2. So at the current count, 1600 unpainted. Total completely finished, including base, 17. But I pledge I will finish 100% of everything I own. 14 of those 17 were finished this year. You've got a long road ahead of you there. Stop buying stuff, Lonely Brick, and get painting.
Right, what am I doing with this Saruman? Am I gluing him to a base? Bing.
Is that you? Or is that me? You text yourself again. He does this. Is this gin?
myself.
Is this gin? The gin line.
Oh yeah.
Larry says they're both components.
That's a real question. That's a real question. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
This is actually Middle Earth related. Over to Seacam. Got a planter.
Yes.
God, it's backwards. Got a fantastic Saruman model.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember reading this. They don't fit nicely on a base together, right? It's too cramped.
Yeah.
On a 25mm base. What am I doing? Am I gluing it? Am I gluing this on this one and him on a different one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. 100%.
I was half tempted to do it as a display piece.
Nah.
No?
I mean, you could
Got
you could magnetize them so that you also have a 40mm base that you just pop them on the shelf on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's what I was leaning towards. Because I've got a lot of Saruman, and he's not. I mean, it's a beautiful model. It's a beautiful model, but he's not particularly battly. That's Saruman in Orthanc with the Palantir.
Yeah.
Like every day of the week. And I can't imagine he'd be the one I'd choose to take out. And I think he's more of a display piece. But actually, you know what? I don't have to make that decision now because I'm not. I've done my duty to Saruman. Bunza.
What? Mate, the chat's proper bouncing about tonight. Yeah, I'd magnetise it, mate. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd do. I mean, I didn't do it, but that's what I'd do.
A lie then?
Genamo, yes, the number is the maximum needed to across all the scenarios.
Good work, Steve.
For Ruffians, it's 24, as you need 24 to play the Battle of Bywater from Armies of Lord of the Rings. Larry says, also Damien, having started painting the new Saruman, I'm pretty sure it is a Rohan helmet. And he says, Damien, check out my solution. I'll put it in the thread. And Pavlok says, magnetising these is a good idea. Should we jump in the Facebook thread?
Oh, is that you caught up on the chat? We're done.
Yeah, did you not see how I just flew through it? So let's jump in the thread. There we go. So, get rid of that. So, do you want to start taking names?
Yeah, take some names.
What's that saying? Taking names and what?
Yeah, I was just trying to think that's. Isn't it breaking something? Breaking faces and taking names or something like that?
Yeah. Kicking ass and taking names or something.
Kicking ass and taking names, that's it. Okay, I am ready.
Okay, so...
hang on, I need to go onto the Facebook page. I can watch it.
Yeah, so Daniel Kelly's not in the draw, but he's painting up some Gundabad. He's got Keeper of the Dungeons up there. He's got some Gundabad arts. He's got some Hunter Orcs. which is a cool army. Now, Mr. Frederick Schultz is in. He is in. He's got multiple drinks on the go. There's a Noppers bar, and he's got the new plastics that we also have, and he's getting way further along with it than we are.
Up as well.
So he's got some water, orangeade stroke lemonade. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's doing all right.
Eric Schultz is in. He deserves to be in after all the hell you've given him about his knife.
Yeah. Joe Hosman's not in, but he is painting up his Rohan still. He's pushing his Theodra's guard up to 700 points.
Well, Hellman, that's very nice. Loki Bar Buttons, lovely.
Steve Crow is in the draw. He's in the draw.
That is a beautifully composed photo.
Johnny Wright is he's on the same page as me. He likes what he sees. Mark Bishop is in the draw. Now, Mark, are you working on that Saruman?
Hang on, wait. Why are you on Mark Bishop?
What do you mean?
Well, after your comment, there's Mo Finn and there's Josh Bryant and.
No, before Mo Finn is Mark Bishop.
Not on mine, there's not.
Yours is wrong, my friend. But he's got the plastic Saruman anyway. Mark Bishop.
So who am I after? Mark Bishop.
Yeah, Mark Bishop. And then we're on Mo Finn.
Okay.
So he says we've opened Pandora's box.
Oh wow.
That's cool.
Introducing us again. Cool.
Welcome, Mo.
All the ways to get into it.
This is the worst.
Yeah, sorry. What? That's awesome news.
Yeah. Josh Bryant, he's in. Saruman holding out the Palantir.
That's the first Saruman I ever painted.
And Frederick's, yeah, very bold.
I've written Saruman. This should not say Saruman. Josh Bryant.
Frederick says, bold move painting Saruman the white over black primer. Yes, that is brave.
Absolute madness.
Hamish Gentles is in. Ta-da!
Great Saruman.
Yep. Now, look at this. Look at that. Nicky Myland. Look at his Saruman, the white.
Nicky Myland, literally on. Oh, is he doing? Is this? It's gone green. Is he doing green. The Saruman of many colours?
It looks cool.
It does look cool.
It does look cool.
I haven't seen Nicky Myland in the chat.
No.
Which I always think is strange when that happens, because it's maybe he's just watching along, but it's the idea.
Well, he's obviously
he's obviously. He goes, "What are we doing? We're painting Sarumans tonight. All right, here's a photo."
He's obviously busy painting green. It looks cool because you're just so not used to seeing him any other colour than white. That looks awesome.
Cool.
Jens is in. Now there is a Palantir there.
Oh, that's not enough.
Oof.
That's not Saruman, is it?
Oof. Oof. I'll leave that to you.
Well, what do you think? I mean,
I'll let you be. I'll let you be the
Worm, right? You wouldn't let Worm or Grima be in.
True.
There are two of those. There's a metal one and there's a plastic one. What do you think?
Oh, it's got to be Saruman.
You know what?
It's got to be Saruman, I think.
Oh, I was just going to say yeah.
I think it's got to be Saruman.
Yeah,
we could get some we could open the floodgates there to some very tedious.
Yeah, like next time Aragon week, someone starts painting Am on him. It's like, well, he was there.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I think we'll say no.
Aaron Noonan is in.
Oh.
Old school Saruman on horse.
I had a lot of love for that model.
Yeah, it was cool. Still is cool.
It's a model I've taken to tournaments more than any other.
Paplock, that freehand is spectacular, my friend. Very, very nice.
Oh my god, I just can't even understand how you would do that.
Yeah.
I would also be terrified of having painted that at that stage in the model.
Yeah. There's
no way I would not smash horse skin all over that. Just jab it. No, it's just incredible, man.
It's great work. Great work. Mr. Alwood is painting a Walker Bulldog from the Vietnam War. Very cool.
It's not Saruman.
It's not Saruman. Steve Cooper is in the draw.
Love it.
He's gone all out. Steve has. He's got Griever. He's got the Palantir on the go. He's loving life.
That is a gorgeous looking planter.
Yeah, it looks cool. Very cool.
That's a very good way. That's a hard thing to paint. That
it is. Tom Arno is in with Snooker Q Saruman.
It's a beautiful model.
We've got Paplock and Frederick who are both doing the failed attempts at morphing our faces together.
Good thing of beauty.
Jeez.
Never going to be able to unsee this.
Daniel Falk is in.
All
Josh Smith is in. Now, Josh, I've got to ask you. You've got to be honest. Was this already painted? Because you photoshopped it and everything at this stage. Was it? Are you does working on the image, a Photoshop image of your painted model?
The image doesn't count though. This is 2 hours ago, so that means we're talking about 9:30.
Yeah.
So that means that he had an hour and a half to put the last highlight on, whack it into Photoshop, or quick selecting. Josh, if you tell us, if you're watching, if you tell us that you painted something on that tonight, we'll allow you in.
Yeah, I mean it's beautiful. It's great. It's a great job. No doubt about that. It looks fantastic. But have you worked on it tonight? Let us know.
You have to have worked on it in the stream.
And we will take your word for it. If you say yes, if you say yes, I painted a strand of hair on his sash.
Yeah,
you're in.
But if you lie, Santa Claus will know.
Yeah. Dan G. Ross is painting Kurdan. Aaron's.
That's a good job.
Yeah, Aaron's got another Saruman.
That looks nice, Dan. I like that. It's a nice, different looking Kurdan there.
I quite like the model. I never used to think much of that model, and then I got it out to paint it, and it's quite a nice model. I mean, it's very it's very static, but that's all.
Aaron Noonan saying, "What Saruman sculpt is this? Is it Wizard Jewel or Escape from Orthanc?" And Larry Miller has helpfully said yes, because they are the same thing. Aaron, if you haven't had this answer somewhere else, this set it was released in was called Escape from Orthanc, and they released the Wizard's Jewel game to go with it. So it's called Escape from Orthanc, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find again back where it was because I pressed the wrong button. There we go.
On to Nick Gardner.
Nick Gardner. What is that?
I'm pretty sure.
Marines, Space Marines.
They're Terminators or something.
Yeah,
but they do look like very happy. like who is it? Who is it off Rainbow? Is that Bungle or Zippy? Zippy. It's Zippy.
Yeah.
They look like Zippy putting his hands up in the air.
No, Jeffrey. I can't even do his voice.
That looks like 10 really excited Zippies.
Pink Zippies. Pink Zippies, eh? Flipping it. Michael Haskell is painting his Morgul Knights.
Cool.
Frederick, that has just made my night. Eating, cutting. Oh, excuse me.
Everything I love about this.
The thing about this is, think of the people who are going to click on this thread tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not got a clue.
Oh, Saruman. I like Saruman. What the hell is this? It's lucky that me and Steve are admins, and I'm not going to say why, but it's happened once since we've been in the stream that some stuff we were like, this is spam, isn't it? And we've had to go onto the admin thread. It's not spam.
Yeah. It's relevant, mate. It's relevant. It's not
spam. And why aren't you watching our stream?
Yeah. Excuse me. Got a terrible tickly cough. Larry Miller is in. He's also painting Christopher Lee from Star Wars.
Oh.
Josh Crosby's in.
Cool.
With
Sharky,
yeah.
Cool bottle.
And he's given us
I
a
like
picture
it.
of the model he finished in the last stream,
Oh, King Solomon.
which wasn't last week.
Looks good, man.
Um,
That looks really good, actually.
Larry Miller's telling you what to do with your Palante
Oh, I see.
bases.
So. Oh, right. I see what he's
So it
done.
overlaps. It's a good idea.
So you've got a little. That's quite a cool idea. You've got your Saruman just on his base and you slot in the Palantir. Like it. I like it a lot.
A lot. Michael Lyons is in. Now, Michael Lyons has done the impossible and fitted his Palante on a 25mm base with Saruman.
Yeah, it's kind of hanging over, but isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that's another one like Josh Smith though? That's a finished Saruman, right?
Yes.
Can you just confirm, Michael, if have you worked on that tonight?
Yeah, do let us know. And
I'm
Larry,
always dubious about sometimes, if it's like the goblins and stuff and people finish them by the end. But if there's no shot at the start, it makes me think, have you just seen this and thought, oh, that's a thread about showing our Saruman?
yeah. I mean, if it's a picture of the model actually in a game, that's a dead giveaway that you've not painted. If you're rolling dice, like. But yeah, Larry Miller is showing you Saruman with the Palante on the bases.
That's cool.
Adam Garnett, he's not painting Saruman, but he's nearing the finish line of his other line of, I think they're from the what's the other brand, the other company that make the Lord of the Rings?
Mithril.
No, the new one. We talked about it on a stream like the other week, and I was saying, oh yeah, you get an app with it, and what's the flipping thing called?
It's not the
Is it
Fantasy Flight.
Fantasy
game,
Flight?
right?
Yeah, Fantasy Flight.
Yeah.
I think,
Right. Okay.
I think they must be the orcs from that.
Cool.
Crispin is he's not painting. He's painting Rohan. Yes.
I like that. These Philistines who can't use a knife and fork below a certain age. Youngsters today. Steve's below a certain age.
I'm
60.
I'm definitely below a certain age, but yeah, that's it. We're up to date on the Facebook group.
Boom, boom, boom. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 and then 2 potentials.
Two potentials.
So, one thing we should probably do. Let's talk about this.
Yes.
It's kind of why we're here, right? So this is issue 15.
I'm just going to stop you. I'm going to stop you because this is the perfect, because you've got the magazine in front of you and I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for a quick week whilst you
okay.
run through it. Makes complete sense,
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I like it.
I'll be 2 minutes.
You might miss Emma. He doesn't care. So indeed, issue 15 of Battle Games of Middle-earth, where we finally got Saruman. If you've been watching along, I think it was issue 13 where it felt like we should get Saruman, and he was on the cover, and there was a wonderful Wizards duel game, but no Saruman for us. So we start off with this cool picture of Christopher Lee. It's talking about Isengard, Stronghold of Saruman. And the first 2 pages are really cool. It's called Master of All Things. And what you basically get is everything that Saruman's done. They tend to be up in the story thus far. But check out this. You got this cool conversion of Gandalf at the top of Orthanc, kind of opening up his hands to let the moth go, which is quite cool. You get this awesome shot of Gwai here flying over some blurry orcs, which is nice. And you get this other cool photo of Saruman kind of hodgepodge together in front of some scenery, sending his orcs out to go raiding, which is kind of funky. And I don't particularly remember any of that scenery from anything. I'm not sure if it's Battle Games of Middle-earth or if it's generic scenery or something, but it's kind of cool. And so, I don't know if they were shot for this or if they were in white dwarf around the time, whatever. But you do start to see some really nice kind of artistic, sort of thematic shots. You get the picture of the Saruman Green set. You get a nice kind of shot of the Uruks running up the causeway to Helm's Deep, and then this cool assault on Orthanc with Treebeard, who was the only ant available at that time. You can see that just here we've got the old Warhammer Mighty Fortress, which has been it's the plastic fortress which has been kind of broken down to be the ruins all of Isengard, which is quite cool. And then obviously it's just fluff talking about what Saruman was doing. Was the head of the Order. Sauron led him to desire more might. He's allied with Sauron. He sends 10,000 Uruk-hai, that sort of stuff. So it's just going over like who he is, which is really kind of cool. Good fun. And then you get the double-page profiles of the profiles for Saruman and Gandalf. Now we have had Gandalf before in issue 12, I think it was, when he was it was the one where we played the battle report, and he was facing the wraiths on Weathertop. And so we've seen his stats before, but it was presented in a scenario, I guess, rather than being in a whole page. But it's kind of a repeat, but there we go. But it's the first time we've seen the stats for Saruman, so I thought it'd be fun to have a look and see what Saruman could do. So in this version, he's 150 points. As he currently stands, he's 180, isn't he? Because he's 190 with a horse. So he's 150 in this version. His stats are exactly the same. Fight 5, strength 4, defense 5, 1 attack, 3 wounds, courage 7, 3 might, 6 will, 3 fate. He's got a staff of power and a hand weapon. So he's now lost the hand weapon in this version of the rules. He can choose to use his staff, in which case it counts as a 2-handed weapon. He also uses a palantir, one of the lost seeing stones, which is cool. So his staff of power. One of my mates has just texted me to say, "I see you on the internet." Hi, Chris. You can expect this is Chris Pelling, who I've just outed him. You probably won't like that. Who I went to my first ever Middle Earth SBG tournament with, and it's the one where I fatefully met Tom Harrison. But yeah, he's so doubles partner from back in the day, and my best mate. And he's now watching, so he'll probably put some sort of trolling comment in. That's what he likes to do. So is because there's going to be a lot of text. I'm going to put this on silent. So he could use his staff. It would give him a free will point. Classic. That never changed. The palantir. Or am I getting? Never mind. Well, the palantir back then allows Saruman, it's very different. He can cast Compel and Transfix on any model on the battlefield, ignoring the 12-inch range. But he can use it loads of times. So he could use it as long as he has 1 point of will remaining. So it's nothing to do with winning priority, but Compel and Transfix were limitless range in this version. So that's completely different. But that's quite cool. That's quite a cool use of the palantir. Did you hear that, Mr. Steve?
I've just come back and I was eating crisps.
How was your wee?
All right, yeah.
Yeah?
Solid. Well, it wasn't. It was liquid.
That's a worry. Yeah. Get that looked at. So in this version, the palantir allows him to Sazza to cast Compel and Transfix at any model on the table, wherever they are. It's pretty good. Well, I suppose you'd argue that you only normally want to do it when you're quite close to them anyway. But yeah, it was that version. There was a version of the palantir, I think the very first version, that allowed him to cast. Was it any spell or was it just Sorcerer's Blast? But he could definitely do Sorcerer's Blast as if he was anywhere on the table.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
So I think the first we could look, but it's miles away. The first Fellowship version just meant that you could literally pick your model and say, right, I want Saruman to be there. I think sometimes you used to place the palantir model, even possibly. Stick the palantir and say, right, I'm going to blast him from there, from that point, and blast him anywhere, which is just horrific.
Yeah.
So there's been a few different rules for the palantir over the course of the game. And he says he gets Sorcerer's Blast, Transfix, Compel, and Terrifying Aura, which I'm pretty sure were the same 4 spells that he had in the old version, before the Middle Earth strategy battle game. But they obviously, those rules did different things.
Did she make it past the wires?
I think I'm hearing a child's gate being pulled back. I think I'm seeing a door opening. Oh my goodness! It's Emerald Byrne in the house. You wouldn't believe who's watching. Chris Pelling. Chris Pellin's in the house. I mean, you won't see him, but you can wave at him. That's a worry. Thanks, Bella. Yeah, bed. No. Love you. Solid gin delivery.
Nice.
Absolutely. Oh, so that's quite cool. So quite a different rule set. And then you get onto the Gap of Rohan, which is a new scenario. And it's very cool. It's the entire Fellowship of the Ring. It's basically using loads of your collection, and you'd have to use a few card figures. I think you'd have to use card figures for all the hobbits except Frodo. Is that right at this point? And Gimli. We haven't had a Gimli yet. So yeah, you need Gimli, Sam.
Haven't we had a Frodo?
Yeah, we've had Frodo. I said all the hobbits except Frodo.
Oh right. Fair.
But you've had Boromir, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gandalf by this point. So yeah, you get this the first game ever that basically tells you to use the Fellowship of the Ring, which is kind of funky. With all their roles, all their rules even. Boromir gets the horn, Gandalf's 4 rules are in it. Aragorn gets a might point, Legolas can shoot 3 times. Gimli can't fight with 3 attacks yet. Yeah, and it's basically there's your little map.
Cool. Lots of terrain on there.
Yeah, you got the Fellowship. It's all the terrain you've built, of course, over your last 15 issues. You got your Fellowship of the Ring here. You got Saruman, and I think these are goblins here, and then 2 bunches of Uruks here. And the Fellowship have to try and get off this edge. They run across the Gap of Rohan, which is a bridge apparently, while they're being chased by Uruks, and the goblins are fighting them. And it is a battle report.
Nice.
So it has genuine readability. Was like the you won't have. It's out of date obviously, but it's an interesting little write up, and you get 4 pages of what's going on. And it's part 1 of 2. So you do get the in the next part you will get the thrilling denouement of the battle report. It's cool, and you can start to see how. I'll show you the picture there. That is kind of almost like everything you've achieved in this magazine over the last 15 weeks. Like loads of scenery and loads of models. You can sort of see how.
And it looks cool. It does look cool.
Yeah, it does. It's quite. And what I like about this is they're using the models. They're not using like the fancy ones done by GW. They're using the crappy ones they've painted up. For this to say this is what there's your commanding view of your goblin archers, and it is those horrible looking ones that you kind of painted up, which is nice.
Mithril silver armour.
Delightful. Makes it accessible. See, that's cool. And then Kelsey we get a painting guide for Saruman the White, which for the first time ever, and this is probably going to annoy, who is it that's painting it over? Is it Frederick Shaw's that's painting Saruman over black?
Josh.
That's Josh. For the first time ever, it tells you to undercoat white. So it's a whole new concept because everything's been undercoated before. And it gives you some nice suggestions for colour charts, for why not paint like this and save it if you ever want to go back.
I'm painting an army of Saruman.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. And then there's more stuff in here now. You're painting eyebrows for the first time. Still no eyes, but it's now painted with flesh, putting a wash on it rather than leaving black lines in the recesses, and then painting eyebrows. And it's not bad. Again, this is basically telling you how to paint Saruman when you have a white, a brown, and a yellow. And it's all about mixing them. And it also says on here somewhere, I'm sure there was a note that says they sell a colour called bleak bone that would be perfect. It's the first time they've always said like other paints are available, but it's the first time they start saying this is mate, you should now be really looking for other colours. And as ever on the painting guides, you get some really quite nice colour study stuff, and you can see how Saruman the White is actually Saruman the Cream. His hair's quite white, and then his beard's a bit grey. Kind of helps with your paint jobs, I think. And then we move on to Steve Crow's favourite section, modelling workshop. making bridges.
Wee.
So in our last stream,
Last week.
we learned how to make streams.
Good. Strong. Decent.
Yeah, I know.
One of your better ones, that.
Yo, and those are very good indeed. And now you can make rivers to cross them, and it's basically the same sort of idea. Build it like that. So there's a river section with some straps across, and it suggests to make them out of lollipop sticks for that, and then paint it brown essentially. There you go, paint your bridge brown. And the great thing about this I like is that God help the poor bastards who have to do this, but they've got all the top bridge quotes from Lord of the Rings. So as pull quotes, they've got "How far to the nearest crossing, Frodo." You remember that? It's right up there with all we have to decide is what to do with the time that's given to us, isn't it?
Oh my God.
What's your favourite line from Lord of the Rings? How far to the nearest crossing?
The well-known quote.
Yeah. And finishing touches, which is just I think painting it essentially, which is a key finishing touch. And then, are you ready? Who's excited? Everyone's favourite section. Alternative approaches. Adding
features. What features?
Put a handrail on. Handrail.
Standard.
Or don't make a bridge. Make a small bridge.
A jetty.
Yeah, a jetty if you will. Unfortunately, there is nothing here about putting the bridge on a hill for our regular viewers.
Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work.
Good to see. Just a bridge. That helped me get over the top of that hill. It's great. But yeah, so sadly, alternative approaches are just about combining the bridge with the techniques for making fences from Pack 7 can produce a very simple but effective bridge of a handrail.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong. It's not.
Wrong.
Not all of the bridges of Middle Earth are of the basic wooden type shown. Don't know if you know that. Many of the bridges made by men and dwarves are sturdy stone constructions.
I love a stone
while
bridge.
the elves make elaborate, graceful bridges that are a beauty to behold. In future packs, we will show you how to make stone bridges typical of the towns and cities of men. I like this. It's basically clarifying we're not going to tell you how to make the elf ones. The elves make elaborate, graceful bridges that are a beauty to behold, but we're not going to show you that.
But here's one out of coffee sticks.
There we go. Issue 15. Good issue.
Good one.
Yeah. I think you missed this in the.
It's getting a bit deeper.
You missed this when you're in the loo, but check out that. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think it was a Golden Demon entry or something.
Yeah, it's cool.
Super cool.
Very cool.
So yeah, good to get Saruman on the board. On the board, so to speak. But there we go. There's our issue. Good one. Good to get Saruman. Shall we do the standard favourite Saruman model? What did we get with him? It was the two-hander, isn't it? So that's the. Let me see if I don't know if there's a decent photo of it painted or if it's just that one. So that's the model that came with it.
Yeah.
Saruman, I think for me is right up there as potentially the best sculpted model in the whole range. Like across, I think he's had loads of really really good ones. I think there's probably about 10. So let us know as ever in the comments, guys. What is your favourite Saruman model?
What's yours?
Maybe Snooker Saruman, I think.
Yeah.
The White Council one has been blasting with a stick. That's mega.
Yeah.
And actually, maybe the new plastic one on a horse. I fell in love with that when I was painting it.
I really like the plastic. I think I have to say the new plastic one's the best.
You don't have to. I don't want you to feel pressured.
No, I honestly think it is foot and mounted.
You think the foot and mounted are the best Sarumans ever? And Gav will be very excited.
Yeah, I do.
Fair enough.
If I didn't have any now and they were all in front of me and I was like, they'd be like,
yeah.
You can only have one. I think I would go for that one.
Please, indeed.
And that's not taking anything away from the others because I really like that one that come in the magazine that's holding the.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I really like that.
He's
pose.
one that I've got him in the case, but I've just never got around to him. He I think.
Bless you.
I think like I don't know why. Like I think I prefer him to other ones I've painted, but I've always painted the other ones up, like I've told you in the past, for like scenarios or magazine shoots where I've needed the other poses.
Yeah.
It's actually like my little history of Saruman that I don't know if Chris is still watching, but when we were preparing for that first tournament in 2012, we were playing some practice games, and I can't remember if we ended up taking Sam or not. I think we did because I didn't have any models painted then.
Yeah.
But I remember playing a practice game with him. I think it was a doubles tournament where you had to bring good and evil. I think I was using our evil army against the good army, and I just couldn't use Saruman. I remember this was when we were very, very, very sheltered, and we were only really playing each other, and I just couldn't get any mileage out of it. I remember playing in my mum and dad's house, like for some reason, like we didn't live there, but we'd gone back there for a weekend or whatever, and playing on their dining room table, and me going, nah, Saruman's rubbish. I just can't. He never makes his points back, or whatever, and just couldn't get it. And then as I started my love affair with the Farukas over the next few years, or like competitively using Saruman on the table, and just coming to realise that he's one of the best models in the game.
Yeah.
Like hands down. He's and certainly that was true in the old edition. But yeah, he's probably the single model, certainly hero model, that I've used at more tournaments than any other model.
I was going to say, you've used him quite a lot. I've used him a handful of times. I'm one of those. I think in this game, if you don't generally use magic a lot, you don't get the best out of it. When you then think, oh yeah, like as an example, I'll use Saruman because I heard Damien said he was one of the best models in the game. Unless you hone that art of using magic, you're not going to get the best out of him.
Oh, I've dropped Grish next door.
Will you stop? For goodness sake.
Landed on the bag.
Jeez.
I'm never moving this bag. Yeah, you're actually right, because I think particularly of wizards. You're an electrician.
Yeah.
Should my light bulb sound like this?
Is that what that noise is?
Yeah.
That like weird squeaky.
Yeah.
You don't need to hold the thing up against it. I've been able to hear it all night.
It's my light bulb.
Yeah, your light bulb's on its way out, mate.
Is it going to explode in my face?
Yes, there's going to be glass splinters in your eyeballs.
keep watching, guys.
It's better than when you dropped a tray, let me tell you. Yeah.
It doesn't sound great, does it?
No. Do you want to jump back in the old Chatteroony?
Yeah, why don't we talk about something? We're talking about Saruman.
Oh, right, was it?
Yeah,
I'm multitasking. It's the thing, people don't see what's on my screen.
That's not multitasking.
I have
forgetting a thing.
Numerous things going on. I'm like, yeah.
That's forgetting something and moving on to something else. That's not multitasking. I think people when they start using wizards, they think they need to kill 150 points worth of models with them or whatever.
Yeah.
And when they don't kill those models,
yeah,
they get frustrated. Whereas it's far more about the board control they give you.
Yeah.
That is literally all I can hear now.
That is getting louder, mate. It kind of sounds like, way off in the distance, old dial-up.
Yeah, you're on to me. I'm still on dial-up. Oh, my what? No, it's a light bulb. Oh, it's a light bulb that's going to explode in my face. Don't worry, it's not dial-up. Stop. Bring back the noise. But what about other wizards in the game? Have you used
I've used Gandalf a bit.
Gondor boy? Yeah.
I used Gandalf with Lake Town stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is There's definitely a skill to it. But it's like anything in this game. You know, it's that thing we talked about before, where people see for years and years and years how well Ed done with his race on wings. And a lot of people think, well, if I just bring that army, I'm in with a chance of winning tournaments. And it's just not the case at all. If anything, they're much harder to use if you don't know what you're doing than a normal army.
Well, that's where some of the frustrations come out, isn't it? I think with Wizards, people go, oh yeah, Saruman's the best model in the game, and then use him, and you don't get a lot out of him and go, well, no, he's not. I don't understand that.
Yeah. It's how you use him, isn't it? But, yeah. Excuse me. I've literally again done 0 hobby during a stream, and I had every intention of getting the highlights done on this guy's hair.
Not too late to finish Saruman on the screen.
Mate, it was too late 2 hours ago. Yeah.
I'm pretty happy. My hope was to get all 5 of these. That's including the banter assembled, and I've got 3, and I'm working on the 4th.
Yeah. I'm just sat here eating chocolate, drinking beer, living life.
Chris, I don't know if he's still watching, but he showed his missus when he got a shout out on the stream, and it's obviously had the positive effect that getting a shout out on a Middle-earth strategy battle game stream would always have on any right thinking lady.
He's sleeping on the couch.
You never told me about this. You went to what? He was the person that when we I remember, because I didn't know anyone. You know, this is in like 2011 or something. I think when we got tickets, and we were playing a lot, and you know, just casually. And I remember seeing the event go up, and it was like there's a tournament, and I think I rang him. I feel like I was in my old office at work, and I rang him and went, "This is going to sound mad, but do you want to come to Nottingham and play in a Lord of the Rings tournament for 2 days? And basically it'll be like a stag do. Like me and you will just go away and we'll go drinking for 2 nights and then play Toy Soldiers, and it will be allowed, because you don't do that, right? Generally speaking, then once you get settled down and stuff, stag weekend is the only time pretty much that you go away with your mates. I was like, could we go fun? He was well up for it, and so yeah, we went, and you know, it's not, the community was just nothing like it is now. You know, there weren't these kind of big communal events in the evening or whatever, and you know, the chatter before and after was always on the forums rather than on Facebook, so there was a slightly different tone to it, I guess. And yeah, we just went up to Nottingham, went out for a curry on the Saturday night, just the 2 of us or whatever. Stayed in a really fancy hotel, like nothing like the sort of, you know, we went and we were men of means. I stayed in a really, really nice, was it a Crown Plaza, I think? I just, you know, sat up till late in the bar drinking there, then went and played the games. And Saturday night we were in Bugman's. We met Tom Harrison, so we made a pub quiz team with him, and played the old Bugman's board game in Bugman's, because you used to be able to do that. And then had another day of gaming like the next day, and it was almost like the gaming was secondary to us getting to spend the weekend together. It was awesome. Yeah. And tragically, I met Tom Harrison.
And your mate grew up. I've nailed it all, by the way. Well done.
You got the sharing packet.
Yeah, I've got nailed it.
If anything, I think you look slimmer.
I think it does. Slim.
Definitely. You know what they say? Like, if you eat a bar of chocolate in one go, it actually doesn't add any weight to you. I think that's what they say.
That's not what they say.
Is it not?
It's definitely not what they say. It's what they say is, stop drinking so much beer and eating chocolate. Stop and complaining that you need to lose weight, because that's not going to help.
That's why I drink gin in these streams, because gin's good for you and is slimming, probably.
Yeah, obviously.
One of those 2 things.
Right, I'm going to jump back in the chat.
See what the nerds are up to?
Yeah. God, there's a lot.
Because they all want to hear about Chris.
Where are we? Mr. SRA, whilst on the topic of Isengard, anyone else think it would be good to see some actual Isengard orcs in the range? The tribe from the Misty Mountains that worked Saruman's forges and built his armies. There are plenty of awesome designs for them in the movie, plus named orcs from the film. Would love to see it. Could be last March if the Ent scenario with new Ent variants too. Well, we know that we've got profiles for two new Ent characters, and they said that if there's a profile, like, we'll get a model, so we know they're coming.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see new orcs. There's so many varieties out there.
I'd like to see new orcs, but I probably agree with you. I can't see it happening anytime soon.
I think the Metal Mordor ones, the original ones, do a good job of being like those Isengard ones. So they're properly like bow-legged and funky looking. They all look kind of unique.
Yeah. Aaron says, so who's got their web browsers set up on Element Games ready to pre-order Indomitus in just over 10 hours?
Me, please.
I have. There won't be many others. Probably just be me and you, Aaron, in this here chat, I think.
I am so excited about all the Necromarines.
Necromarines. The new models look sweet.
They are cool, but it's just I find it hard to get excited about a Space Marine. It's like they all look the same. I know this is like heresy.
These new ones. I used to be a bit like that, but these new ones, yeah, just very different.
They're the same. You've been brainwashed into thinking it.
No.
Like that one's got a skeleton on his shield.
No.
And they are cool. Don't get me wrong, but they're as cool as all the Marines are. But you know, Marines are their thing. Marines are where the money is.
Marines.
Is there a mold line on Grishnak, or is she just really good? I can't see if I can't find a mold line or if it's.
Missing mold lines is a killer. Hate it. Papalock, thanks guys. After a couple more repeats of the base coat, I've managed to prepare the pattern on the other side of Brago's caparison.
Oh, he's talking about his freehand.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's getting a bit late, so I have to stop myself before I ruin something. And about this being done so early, I guess I just wanted to do the hard part first. Oh, you said about doing that first and then leaving other bits.
Yeah.
My phone's going crazy.
Have you done Grishnak? Have you done a new Grishnak?
I've not painted him yet. I painted Snaga.
I don't. There's very, very, very little mould line here, I think. It's very cleverly done.
KM says, glad to see the hobby is still alive. I transitioned to D&D a few years back. It's alive and kicking, my friend, and welcome to the stream. Sorry you got bored with us talking absolute nonsense.
Whoa. I think we've mainly been responding to absolute nonsense tonight.
True. Larry says, and see if you, because it's been that long since we were in the chat. Larry says, my answer was technically correct. It is one of those two things.
That's in reference to it being Escape from Orthanc or Wizard's Dream.
Right, okay, fair enough.
I know, I said that. I was on your side, Spoon Boy.
Hang on, my phone's gone again. Oh, Daisy's woke up crying. She'll be alright. She said it should be alright.
For those people who don't know, Daisy is Steve's wife.
Yeah, she doesn't live next door but one. The neighbours are.
It's on the neighbours Facebook group.
Frederick's Paplot says Frederick is our king tonight. Yeah, you cracked me up, Frederick. You cracked me up tonight. I know it was unintentional, but oh my gosh.
Just imagine him sobbing through his Knoppers bar at you just misery.
I think it was more anger. He was probably throwing his Knoppers bar at the screen. Steve, you idiot! Okay, here we go. Josh has posted an updated thread. We'll have a look in a sec. Larry says, Vaseline or olive oil up the edge of, of Saruman's base, then squeeze some green stuff around the trim base and leave it to cure. Did you ask how to get a finished edge?
Oil? I don't think so. Why olive oil?
So the green stuff doesn't stick to it.
Right.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, but okay, that's a good reason, but I don't know where he's putting the olive oil and why, or what he's trying to achieve.
So
Okay.
I'll show you.
It's in his 2 base thing for the planter, right?
Yeah. I'll show you. So let's just say this Ranger of the North is the planter.
For the purposes of tonight's demonstration, the planter will be played by a Ranger on the North.
So I use a spare base to get the cut, mark it, for this, just cut the bit out, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then I push in some green stuff. And to get the perfect shape in the green stuff so it goes straight into Saruman's base, I put some olive oil on Saruman's base and press it in. So then because of the olive oil, it'll make the shape, but it won't stick to the green stuff.
Right.
And then you just leave it to cure. If there's anything else you'd like me to explain in full, then, you know.
Oh, I mean, it's Larry's tip, isn't it?
£27 an hour.
Larry, what manner of cutlery would you use to get the olive oil out of the bottle?
Well, it's not finished.
Have
you look, I'll carry on. He says.
Of course, he's not.
Phase 2. Then next day, Vaseline up the Palantir base and do the same with a bit of other base. And here I was thinking we wouldn't get the magazine. I have to sleep.
We always get the magazine.
We always get the magazine.
We always
do you know what we
there.
should do? You know what we should do? We should do the magazine bit early on. I think.
What?
Because we get derailed and then we end up going, right, let's stop talking about what size shoes hedgehogs have and let's get to the magazine.
What size what?
What size shoes? Shoes. Like if we get that out of the way, then we can just talk nonsense.
Well, they'd be small, wouldn't they? They would be small.
Well, it depends. It might be a big-footed hedgehog.
I think. Oh my god, I've got a bit of chocolate left. What a jackpot! I thought I was done.
I'm done.
That was a good bar.
Oh, she's had a nightmare.
Right.
Yes, she's just woke up. Hey.
She woke up screaming, saying, "I had this horrible nightmare that my dad was making videos on the internet about playing with toy soldiers."
My dad's a nerd. Oh god. Paplot says, I remember seeing all these cool poses in the issues, especially the dynamic dual models of Gandalf and Saruman, and being sad that they're not included in the magazines. I'm a country boy, and back then there were no GW shops nearby. Damn, even now the only official GW shop in Poland is in the capital city of Warsaw. But at least I had the amazing photos in Middle-earth magazines. Larry says, I'm glad Steve said it was solid just before I took a sip of milk instead of just after. And Pavlok says, what the heck? What would you've been spitting the milk on? Monitor the model you're working on. Anything else interesting in front of you? And then he says, yes, the colour chart. That was when you were showing the colour chart in the mag, wasn't it? The thing I say I'll eventually make whenever I'm mixing custom colours yet never actually end up making it. Yeah, it looks like a cool idea, but sometimes you just think, can you be arsed?
There's pegs. Hobby tip, guys. Let's go over to CCAM. Got huge news.
Huge news.
Brand new Grishnak has got, you can see the holes?
Mm-hmm.
A hole in his arm?
Yeah.
A hole in his arm?
Mm-hmm.
There are pegs at the end of Grishnak's arms
Yeah.
I've cleaned them up,
You cut them off.
cut them off.
Standard.
No peg here. Flush, flat.
So you can have a slightly different pose than everybody else because
Don't be like me.
don't be like Damien.
Don't cut your pegs off.
Leave those
I
them
hate
pegs
that
on.
stuff. Hey, kids, leave those pegs alone. I hate that stuff when that happens.
Where was we? Joe says, I return to you all now at the now at the turn of the tide, or more accurately, post dinner. And the report is in.
Oh, has he got his report?
Yeah. And we did not use forks or knives as my wife and daughters made homemade pizza. Apologies for the anticlimactic
Oh,
report.
what a disaster! It's an absolute disaster.
That's what we were waiting on. So the reason we're here. Paplox asked him, did he use scissors to cut the pizza? Joe says, I had such high hopes. And then Paplox says, I think I like the Escape from Orthanc Saruman the most. And Joe replies to the initial comment saying, nope, it was cut with a pizza rolling knife. Didn't ask
that's
the...
perfectly fine, but it's just, trust me, scissors, mate. Life hack.
Skizzars. He says, nope, it was cut with a pizza rolling knife. Didn't ask the wife which hand she used to do that. Aaron said, although I don't have it yet, I do love the new plastic one on Horse Sculpt or Escape from Orphanc version. Fly through this now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Paplock, if I had to differentiate between dynamic and static Saruman poses, I'd go for the Escape from Orthanc and Hobbit White Council. The beard stroking really gives him the sophisticated look of an experienced lord. I forgot about that one.
Oh, Hobbit White Council.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a really cool
I
one.
haven't got that.
His hand's massive.
I've never really liked that model, if I'm honest.
It's a nice pose. Josh says there are indeed 10 models of Saruman. I don't think I can actually pick a favourite. None particularly leap out at me as brilliant, but a couple do stand out as naff. This one and Vanquishers. The Vanquishers one is a funny one because the idea of the pose is really good because it's from that scene where he's CGI to be like a ninja. But the execution of the sculpt was not great. The face was really bland, and I think I've said it before. We used it in the Wizards duel. I got my version painted up by Sebastian Grijac, and it is simply probably one of the most amazing paint jobs that I've ever seen in my life. It's spot on, and the fact that he did it on that pose, which I thought was really bland, it blew me away when I got it. What he did with it, like he basically painted the portrait of a face on a very bland, flat face on a model, if that makes sense.
Well, I think that my frustration with that one has always been that Saruman's face, for the most part, is spectacularly sculpted. Like he's one of the best likenesses of Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
And yet on that pose, he just doesn't look anything like him.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't look like anything. He looks like that. Remember that guy on Star Trek? Was it Star Trek Deep Space Nine? The guy who could shapeshift. The alien with the really sort of like no features. It kind of looks like that. But Sebastian, like he done an amazing job. It looks awesome. Looks awesome. I was too scared to use it in game. I got him to paint that and Elrond. You know, it was these. Yeah, it was that blister. Vanquishers.
Yeah, I remember seeing them.
They were out of this world. Spectacular.
Only model I've got from that's Elrond.
Yeah.
Because I got him for SPG like issue 3. Again, the pose we were quite happy. We didn't like Saruman, and we were happy with that war aspect Galadriel. And so the only one we needed was like a kind of Hobbit era Elrond fighting the Nazgul.
Yeah. Excuse me.
God, this Grishnak is amazing.
It's cool. It is cool. And there's nothing wrong with the old one, but the fact that when you see that one in person, it's great.
Teeny tiny bit of flash under the chin.
Paplot says, I really want... Oh, you said that. Larry says he's actually quite high up on my list too. because of all the White Council lists. Paplot says, I hope these sets come in a made to order or get re-released soon. I'm getting too tempted to buy them second hand and overpriced. I would hold out, my friend. I think they will.
I'd hold out for everything these days.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd be tempted to pay over the odds for now is something that had already been on a made to order.
And even
It might
then,
be a very
they've
long
said
time.
that things may come back.
Yeah, it's
again,
happened with the
for a second.
How Does Elves, isn't it?
Yeah.
How Does Elves are back on.
Yeah.
But you know, some of that things like maybe the Goblin King throwing the Goblin, it's so niche that I'd be surprised if that came back again anytime soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything that hasn't been on one of those, I'm paying for because you will get it.
Yeah. He says, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to set a high price for rare out of production sets. I simply dislike buying them for 50 or whatever quid just to see them make a comeback and cost 20 instead. Yeah, it's a gamble, mate. It's a gamble. Depends how much you want it. And if you're willing to pay that much for it, then that's how much it's worth, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Adam says, I think seeing Gandalf in the films kick ass and take names has made some players think wizards can be useful enemy killers in the game. Josh agrees. He says, Adam, yeah, that's possibly true. At least Gandalf the White can hold his own against mooks. Paplot says, Steve's light is changing colour. Probably something to do with automatic white balance. Looks like there's a pilot. No, it's not. It's my PC tower. PC tower has like LEDs on it that just change colour.
It might be the impact of my light bulb.
Could be Damien's light bulb. It's the reflection of the light from a PC tower. It's just there. Larry says, is meeting Tom what put your friend off getting into the game himself? And he also says, got my spreadsheet up and Saruman is my joint 6th most used character after Elrond Legolas in joint 4th, Aragorn in 3rd, Dwelling in 2nd.
Whoa.
And
You keep track of the
unsurprisingly,
models you've used.
yeah, that's crazy.
Thorin in first, obviously,
yeah.
for Larry. That's mad.
That is mental. Oh, what? Just jumped again. Come on, stop it. Saruman is joint with both Achille, Fili, Dorian, Galadriel. Paplot says, I've just imagined them being Siamese siblings all joined together. Brain, why? What's that in context to?
He's talking about all those models. That,
Oh,
Larry
right.
just listed.
Yeah. Fun fact, Damien, says Larry. Today a colleague came up to me with something that they couldn't open. Guess what? I pulled out of my pocket to open it.
Got a spoon out. Imagine he pulled a spoon out and opened it.
He doesn't actually give us the answer. He just left us guessing.
You know he carries spoons, right?
No.
It's not a joke.
No.
Yeah, this is Larry carries spoons at all times.
Why?
Mate, you need to get in a pub with Larry and ask him about his spoons. It's not enough time in the world. I've had about an hour-long conversation with it, and I'm not entirely sure I understand why.
We'll have to find out. Next War in the World event when we're allowed.
Think about this. Every time you've ever seen Larry, right, he's had a couple of spoons on him. Just think about that.
That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. Josh says, because it's late at night and your brain is knackered from working on Rohirrim's comparison. It's because it's late at night. I can't remember what that is the response to. Paplock he means. Paplock. He's talking to Paplock. I completely forgot. It's not Brago. Forgotten even. And true, the pattern might be the culprit of my brain shenanigans. Richard Clemmer says, back, what did I miss? Anything painted yet, guys? No. Hope the models got assembled okay, Damien. They did, although he had some scares, dropping things on the floor.
I've got 4 out of 5 done so far. I need a base. See, what I've done is I've used... I just had a sprue for Saruman and Grima. I didn't have any bases. I put Grima on a base, and now Sniper doesn't have a base.
Ooh.
Dig a base out for something. Bag or base.
Bag of bases. Larry says, forgot about favourites. Think mine would be the new plastic one. Though I think I like the foot one a little more. Might just be because I've been painting them. They're very nice. And I think you appreciate them both.
How good that is, though. How awesome that is that we've had 20 years of these models, and yet the new ones they're doing are at least up there in the conversation for a lot of people in being the best sculpts they've ever done.
Yeah.
I think that with Gimli with the 3 hunters, I think that's the best Gimli they've ever done.
Yeah.
No easy task, given how much love you must have for the ones back into there.
Back in the.
Back into there.
Josh says, depending on which country you go with, it could be Rohirrim comes down with Grey Company in the books, but since that doesn't happen in the films, it could be Brago. That your light is making all the noise again. Although we don't know. I'm lost on some of the conversations that we're having.
I think he's talking about the fact that Paplock was saying it's not Brago.
All right, okay.
The horse isn't Brago. I think he's talking about that.
Yeah. Paplock's just responding to him. Yeah, Odo, the changeling on Deep Space Nine. He said he never quite mastered how to take on Solid's face, although other changelings can do it, and yet they still default to Odo-style faces. Says Josh, great show, that, and great characters. Gave you my favourite Trek character of all time, Jadzia Dax. Pavlov says, PC Rave Tower. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. That's making loads of noise. Is it because your head's closer to it?
Me?
Yeah.
It's making a cheery hissing noise.
It's going to explode at any second.
Do you actually think it's going to explode?
I'm not an electrician, mate, but I'd say not. I've never seen a light bulb explode.
It's not likely to explode.
No.
And sometimes it sounds like this. Oh god, it just started again when I got close to it. Maybe it's me.
Yeah. Larry said,
I can't make the Forge World thing spin.
What Forge World thing?
I'm on Snargar trying to make him. Ah, there we go. Trying to make him spin to figure out what bit. What bit is.
Larry says, for further context, Saruman has been used at 6 events, Thorin at 16 events.
16 events is pretty good. Although that said, I'm pretty sure I would have taken Saruman to that many. So there you go. You've done Snargar, haven't you?
Yes.
All right. My question for you is: we've got this little back plate bit.
Yes.
And oh god, you have to do everything in reverse. This little. Not sure if we're going to see it. There's a bit up here. You see? Oh, you're never seeing that, are you?
No.
There's a little, what looks like a bit of fur coming up here, above. It looks like that's where you chop it off, but there's a little bit of either flash or fur coming up here. I'm trying to work out if I keep it on or chop it off.
Chop it off. Chop it off.
Chop it off. You see what I mean?
Maybe just cut it at an angle rather than straight. Paplot's gone all Alan Partridge with his comment. I imagine you'd carry a spoon around just to be able to scoop up some nice ladies. Josh Bryant says, "Oh, maybe they're for playing spoons." Yeah, could be a spoon player. I'll contest that best Gimli ever. New plastic Gimli is good, but he's no defenders of Rohan Gimli.
Rohan Gimli is very good Gimli. He would definitely be up there.
And Mateo Coelho says, "I'm late, but good evening, everyone. Good evening, my friend. You've come literally right at the end of the stream, but welcome.
Turn of the tide, no doubt.
We are up to date on the comments. Shall we check back in Facebook, see if we've got any new additions?
Absolutely odds.
Let's have a look. Nick Gardner's playing Star Wars and eating Hershey's.
Can I just tell you who I've got?
Oh, please look at Frederick's picture on the thread. You've got to. I mean, the fact that he Googled it.
Hershey's. a beauty. Frederick Schultz wins the night.
Wins
I think.
episode 14. He's won it. Yeah. So, how many did we have? 10, 11?
Have we heard back from either Josh Smith or Michael Lyons?
No.
See, I haven't heard from either of those in the chat. I think they've literally just seen that thread
Yeah.
and posted the Sarumans.
Yeah.
I don't think they're
I agree.
they're working on them.
I agree.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 11.
Well, 11's good. Do you want me to tell you why 11's good?
I think it's because you've got a D12 quite close.
2d6s. And we can't roll a 1, so nobody is number 1. It starts at 2. Hang on, that's still
So what are you-
Hang on, that still doesn't
What you
work.
what you do?
That still doesn't
No,
work.
what you want to do is you want to roll. You're going to have a 50-50, right? So you're going to roll a D6 for the top 6. Get one finalist.
Yeah.
Roll another D6 for the second.
Oh, we've
6.
got 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could just do it off 2d6, mate. Just don't have a number 1.
Well, you mean roll them together?
Yeah.
Okay. So then anyone who's around 6, 7, or 8 is going to love their chances, and anyone who's around 2 is going to be furious with you.
Well, I've rolled a lot of snake eyes in my time.
You obviously can't do
I've
that.
had to turn my camera back on, haven't I? Let me turn my
It
camera.
upsets me that I have to explain why that's unbalanced.
Come on, double that. Here we go. Here we go. Right.
So you need to roll 1 dice, which will be the first 6 people, and give as a finalist, and then another dice, re-rolling a 6,
Right. Okay. So
will be
here,
the second finalist.
here comes the first one.
Do you want to know who's in it? Who's in
Yeah. Go on.
contention
Sorry.
here?
Yeah. We're getting ahead of ourselves here, aren't we?
Frederick Schultz, Mark Bishop, Mo Finn, Josh Bryant, Hamish Gentles, and Aaron Noonan.
Okay. Here we go. You ready? Have you got them numbered?
I'm doing it in order because
Okay.
you're doing it with dice, so it's random.
So here we go.
Yeah.
It's a 5.
That's Aaron Noonan.
Mm.
No, it's not. Sorry, Aaron. It's not. Oh, nightmare.
You
It's
give it him.
Hamish Gentles.
Give it him.
Yeah, I know.
And you
He's already won. He's already won one. It's fine.
suck it off him.
Hamish Gentles.
So Hamish Gentles, second roll.
Second row is Steve Cooper, Tom Arno, Daniel Falk, Larry Miller, Joshua Crosby, and you re-roll a 6.
Here we go. It's a 2.
2.
Yep.
Let's start with that's Tom Arno, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom Arno.
So now
Then
it's
it's Hamish Gentles v Tom Arno. Have either of those been commenting? Are they?
Hamish is in, I think.
Hamish did, brilliant. Oh, is he Ham Dizzle?
Oh, he might be.
Ah.
Ah.
So then I'd say a 1, 2, or 3 is Hamish, and a 4, 5, or 6 is Tom Arno.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. It's a 1.
That's Hamish.
Hamish,
Gentles.
congratulations.
You are the winner of our latest priority counter. One of the last as well, I think.
I just noticed I just done all them rolls and I didn't click transition, but it don't matter.
I did wonder if they were meant to be able to see it, I think, but I didn't
Yeah.
want to mention
I'm
it
very
to
tired.
Hamish.
I'm very tired and a little bit drunk.
It's a winning combo. It's a winning combo.
Oh.
I'll probably get this too late, but keep it on for now. You can always remove it and figure it out.
Let's take it.
Linda Brick thinks my light bulb is whistling. Musical light bulb says pop lock.
Excuse me.
Heroes of Helm's Deep best, so I've not seen the Defenders one in person. Heroes of Helm's Deep is
that the running one?
that's running with cloak, isn't it? That's a good Gimli.
Mm-hmm.
Larry says put him at 7. Oh, sorry, mate. Joe says have to sign off. Heading to the beach for a walk with a dog. That's mental. It's half midnight.
You show off.
That is crazy. Unbelievable. Great stream this week. Laughed out loud several times. My head is filled with thoughts of naught, forks and knives, onions. That's all we can do. That's all we hope to do. Taplog, I won't survive to the end of the stream. I think you might.
Yeah, I think you might.
Got to go to bed. Thanks for the awesome stream and see you next time, whenever, wherever, and whenever that would be. Aaron says, got my hopes up. Yeah, he stole it away.
Mm.
And Josh Bryan says, yeah, good solid shout there. Nice sculpt. It's hard to pick a bad Gimli for myself. I'm not too keen on Miser Mario Gimli or original Gimli.
Mm.
Miser Mario one I get because it's a plastic one, but the Punisher one, I fell in love with again when I painted it. It's a much better model than you think.
It's good. It is good. But yeah. Right.
There we go.
I think we
Shall I
should.
show you what I've done?
Yeah, show
Show you
you.
where I
Shall I
am?
show you what I've done?
Yeah. Can we see what Steve's done first?
Oh, what have I put on my empties? There's one. There's one down there, isn't it? There's what I've done. I did a few of them.
Solid. Did you pick up a paintbrush?
No.
Okay, excellent.
I put the lid back on my wet palette because I didn't want it to dry out because I knew
That's like you.
what was going to happen. But yeah.
I now to add to my collection, I have a delicious Palantir,
Yes.
which is quite cool. Little Palantir assembled, which is a lovely little treat. Really freaks me out how Zoom reverses this. It's a nightmare.
How are you going to paint that?
Got the-
Because I've got mine here as well. I just don't know how to paint it yet.
I don't know. I'm not going to paint it anytime soon.
Yeah.
I've got the Grima, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Grima's another model I took to tons and tons of tournaments over the years, so he had a bit of a knock. So I'm quite excited about doing him. This guy will actually be painted up relatively soon, I think, because he's going to turn up in issue 11.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's a beautiful model. And the corresponding Saruman,
Very cool.
who is awesome. That hand is just incredible, right?
Mm.
Oh, how you manage that? That's got to be like the best. That's got to be the best hand I've ever seen, right? In terms of the finger quality and being spaced out. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
So we got Sazar, and I have managed to get Grishnak done.
Mm.
Got new Grishnak, which again is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Much better. You know, I thought it was cool, but I think he's much better than I thought he was.
Yeah.
Having now held him. And I'm currently working on Snaga. I've been cutting these bits, which I might try and stick through and finish tonight because he's quite close, and that would be the end of that project.
Yeah. Snaga's a
I'm
cool model.
very, very pleased.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's
model.
wicked.
But yeah, I think that's it then. So I've done nothing. I've talked a bit and drank a bit and ate some chocolate.
It's been lovely.
Yeah. What's our next subject?
Steve,
Yes.
we're on issue 15.
Yes.
I'll give you £5
Yes.
if you tell me
Yes.
what the next issue of Battle Games Middle Earth is. I'll bet you a £5.
16.
Are you taking the bet?
What you bet? What you betting?
I'll bet you a £5
Yeah.
that because you've drunk a bit, you can't guess the next issue of Battle Games Middle Earth.
What? Who's in it? You mean?
No, what the number is?
2 Towers Special Edition.
He's such a clever boy. I'm afraid your first answer.
If you didn't make such a big issue of it,
Yeah,
I wouldn't have got
know.
it. I wouldn't have got it. I was thinking, what's this guy on about?
Indeed, the next issue. Look at that.
Plus, you showed it me
Two
before.
Towers special. Yeah, I know. The 2 Towers special edition,
Mm.
which I do find genuinely interesting. Quite when they did this, that this started in February 2002, right? Which then meant the 2 Towers was it started 2003. So it started after the 2 Towers. That was it. And then they did 15 issues, which is 7.5 months.
Yeah.
So then, sometime around November, they then released a 2 Towers special edition,
And didn't call it number 16.
which is like a month before Return of the King came out.
Yeah.
I don't know why or whatever, but yeah. And the 2 Towers special edition, which I actually don't have here, I'll go downstairs, is basically a battle report.
Yeah.
It's basically a massive, massive battle report. So I'm actually quite looking forward to reading that just as a battle report. It's just one huge battle report about Helm's Deep and a painting guide for Gandalf the White.
Gandalf.
And that's basically all that's in it. So Steve, we pause in our regular transmission. Yeah, so Steve, what do you reckon? We haven't talked about this. We've done a Gandalf week. Is it another Gandalf week?
Do you know when it's like a special like this, because there's not many of them.
There's 3 of them. We can't mess it up.
No, that's what I'm saying.
There's only 3.
Do we do something like really out there so as many people get involved as possible and go, it's 2 Towers week. It has to be a model from the 2 Towers movie. Any model. Warrior of Rohan, Saruman, Gandalf the White, any of the Fellowship, you know.
I can't believe you haven't talked about this before with me, and you're just making this kind of renegade decision live. This is absolute madness, Steve.
But do we do it?
Do you not even want to rein it into Helm's Deep? Oh, you don't, do you? I can see it in your eyes. You don't even want to do that.
I just think give
You just
people
wanna go huge.
just give people a little bit of free reign for 1 week.
Just for one.
Just for 1
Just
week.
for
one week.
For once in our life.
Come on. Give the people what they want.
I mean, to be fair, it is the 2 Towers special.
Yep.
It's not the Helm's Deep special.
Yep. True.
Steve, I think we should. So, any model, not even a hero, right?
Any
A
model.
model.
Any model.
Any model
Any.
that appears in the 2 Towers.
Mm-hmm.
And do they have to be in their garb? So, like, if it's Legolas,
Yeah, I
it
think
would have to have an elven cloak.
yeah, I think we need a couple of, with it being so open now, there needed to be a few
Yeah.
limitations there.
Well, who's
It
fault as
just
well?
gets crazy then, otherwise,
Sorry.
jeez.
So it's any model that maybe would appear in like a narrative scenario.
Yeah.
In the war gear of the narrative scenario from the 2 Towers. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I mean, they're going to kick off. We're going to be like, you'll get a Saruman maybe holding the Palantir. He doesn't hold it. Does it count? It's going to be tough to regulate for sure. But yeah, I think that sounds fun.
Let's do it. Just opens the door
It's
for a
a
lot.
really cool battle report that I'm going to enjoy. Reading.
Hopefully we'll need a D50 dice to decide who wins.
Yeah, well, surely everyone out there has got a model who appears in the 2 Towers. Spoilers, a lot of them do.
There's already a lot of people painting Rohan at the minute.
If you imagine someone painting their Gondor arm again, nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Osgiliath vets, Rangers of Gondor. You get a Mummock in there.
Yeah, Mummock.
Paint a Mummock.
You could get a Fell Beast in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could get Gollum in there.
But it's got to be the Witch King. Oh no, it's not the Witch King. Is it the Witch King?
Well, we don't know, do we?
I don't think it is the Witch King, is it?
We don't know. It's just a wraith.
I think the metal. There were 2 metal Fell Beasts, weren't there originally? And there was like the Witch King one was a Pelennor one.
But they could argue. Yes, this you're not looking at the wraith. You're looking at the Fell Beast. Fell Beast is in the movie. The guy that's riding it is just a bonus. It could get political.
Yeah, he's not wearing a crown, is it? I don't know if it's meant to be. I don't think that's meant to be the Witch King. I think it's maybe a normal race. That's good.
I'd allow either. I think it's got.
Allow anything.
Someone's painting a Fell Beast for the stream.
On the stream.
They're in.
It's not the point.
Because they'll never get a chance to paint a Fell Beast again. Because you don't get a Fell Beast in the magazine. So.
The chat is going to be lots and lots of just talking about Gimlis at the moment. And Larry says, is Damien going to go with this as he painted his Gandalf the White for Gandalf Week? What is that? Is Damien going to go with this as he painted his Gandalf the White for Gandalf Week? The actual, I don't know what that means. Sorry, mate.
Well, the Gandalf he painted was from Return of the King, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was released for that. Yeah. But that's why this is this guy's hour. To quote the Witch King, this is my hour. That's why he hasn't been finished. He's been waiting for this Battle Games in Middle Earth to have his glorious moment. So my plan is basically to do one of the cheaty entries into our quiz. I'm going to finish him over the next week, and then paint. To know what it'll be like.
An eye.
Shadowfax's hooves, something like on the stream. Well, that's what I'll be working on. Yourself, have you got a 2 Towers model you plan to put on your desk and not paint?
Yeah. Do you remember these 2 guys that have already featured in 2 Battle Streams Middle Earth?
It's Aldor and Haleth. I've never been more certain of anything. Aldor and Haleth. Yeah. Yes.
I'll get them finished. Because you remember when I said at the end of the last stream, I said, you know what? I think I'll get these finished this week. Because I've enjoyed painting these. I think I'll get these. Didn't touch them again.
I'm just instantly thinking back to about 5 minutes ago when I said, "What do you think it should be?" And you went, "Any model from the Two Towers, I reckon."
But yeah,
There we go.
I'll get more done on them. It's a good excuse. I'll get them finished at some point on these streams. So yeah, it'll.
Our next one is officially Two Towers week. Any model from the Two Towers.
Yeah.
Are we planning on it being a week today?
The plan, yes, that's the plan. So
Yeah.
unless you hear differently from either of us, assume it's next Friday.
We normally talk about it on a Monday or a Tuesday,
Yeah.
and then put the advert up. So that's normally it. As long as you see the advert going up on a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Yeah.
also
Normally, touch wood, things will start settling down a bit. But normally, Monday, Tuesday, I'll know 100%. But the way things have been the last few weeks with suppliers, jobs that I've got booked in, I've had to chop and change my schedule because deliveries are not coming when they should be coming, and it's just been a nightmare. So fingers crossed.
Yeah.
They told me everything's going to start calming down. So I should know Monday or Tuesday, but we'll see how we go. Yeah, but hopefully Friday. It's a nice end to the working week and start to the weekend to do these.
I genuinely really love them.
Yeah.
It's fun to come up here and hang out with you and hang out with all of you, and do a bit of hobby, sometimes, and just chill out. It's a nice way to end the week.
And where else would you talk about the right way to hold a knife and cut?
I know, right? We've all learned so much. I'd also like to say a very emotional farewell to this.
Oh, we going for a haircut?
The lockdown hair is coming off on Tuesday. This is
Sweet
the longest
Jesus.
my hair has been in 15 years, for sure. And it's all coming off on Tuesday. So hopefully I'll either look like I've lost loads of weight, or my short hair will highlight how much weight I've put on over lockdown. But yeah, my beautiful lockdown barnet, which I've genuinely come to quite enjoy as a temporary addition to my face, will be going. So farewell, Ace Ventura hair.
You will no longer see this. You will no longer see it. But yeah, I've had a great night. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been a blast, mate, as always. And thank you all of you for joining in. We really do appreciate it.
And putting up with us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we seem to now settle around this sort of like 35 mark for most of the evening. And now, as ever happens, as we approach 1 a.m, it drops down to about 20 or something. But it's really awesome being here. We really enjoy doing them, and hopefully you enjoy them.
Yeah. And spread the word, man. Especially with the topic for the next one coming. It's a very open topic. Get your friends in.
Get your
friends, get your folks involved. Just get everyone involved.
Get everyone in.
Be a lot of fun. But yeah,
I think our record entry is 18.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever needed more than a D20.
No.
And then you inexplicably rolled 320. It's a 1 in 8,000 chance.
And I think if there ever was a chance to break the record for entries, it is 2 Towers week. Yeah. Surely. But yeah. But yeah, that's it. So it is good evening from me.
And it's good evening from me.
And we will see you, fingers crossed, next Friday. But we'll be on all the Facebook groups and stuff in between then. Anything you're painting, do post in the thread, because it's always nice for me the next day over breakfast. I always flick through the thread and check it out. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, take care, guys. Keep washing your hands. Anything you want to add? Nighty-night. Let's do it. Let's go on. Nighty-night. Take care. Bye-bye.
I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree. the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now were never light as shone by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shown, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. 'Cause whenever light is shown by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shone, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say this last goodbye. Night is now falling, so ends this day. The road is now calling, and I must away. Over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shone, by silver streams that run down to the sea. I saw the light fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my fallen brothers, I will say